Oh my god, so many people here already? Holy shit. Oh no. What have I done? Well, we may as well just go straight into it. Okay. Well, we may as well just go straight into it. Isn't that right, Jess?
Hello?
Hello.
Is this live? Are we
Yeah,
live right
we're
now?
live right now. That's right. That's right.
That's so exciting.
Yeah, it is. It's very cool to be here. You said to me yesterday, it's a shame we haven't gotten to hang out more. And then I said to you, let's read Caleb Maupin's book, Breadtube Subs Imperialism.
Right.
On stream
And
tomorrow.
I thought, that's a great idea. I'll have to check with my handler to make sure it's okay, but I got the green light,
That
so...
is true. No, yeah, that's good. I had to check with mine as well. But actually,
Yeah.
they're very in favor of us reading it because it allows us to tear down Caleb, who is like the only remaining revolutionary Marxist on the planet who is not in the employ of the CIA. Only Caleb Maupin and the people who follow him are safe.
Right. Yeah, he won't cash the checks. It's just, it's a nightmare.
They keep sending the checks, but he doesn't cash them. This is some behind the scenes for the audience right now.
Yeah.
You don't know, but that's it. Like, he just won't. We send him bigger and bigger checks. We've sent him a check for $12. Doesn't cash it. We sent him a check for $16. Nothing. He can't be bought. He can't be. The man has just
Right, well, he's found a
willpower.
loophole where every time we send him a check and the price increases, he just increases the cost of his book. And then just proportionally, like, it all evens out. He's really figured it out.
Well, that's interesting. You're referencing a different book, which we read before. You're
Yes.
referencing another book we've actually read on stream before. Why don't you catch the audience up? In case they didn't see that stream.
God. What was that book called? It was something.
I'll tell you
about...
the title, but you can fill in the rest. It was called Satan at the Fountainhead,
Yep.
The Israel Lobby, and the Financial Crisis.
Yep, that was it.
Yep. Yep, that was it.
It was a really interesting book, which was equal parts simping for FDR,
Yep.
full anti-Semitic creed, and just random nonsense. The third part
That's
was
true.
just incomprehensible.
The third part was just nonsense. That is true. Damn, so true. We got that Conrad Zimmerman here in chat. That's cool. Does Caleb own a mask at all? Well, presumably not, because it slipped off and smashed into a million little pieces, and they all set on fire. Oh my gosh, is that Jess from the hit podcast Rolling with Rainbows? Says Pat P.
It is. Yeah. Wow. It's so good to be recognized. Yeah, I am from that hit podcast, Rolling with Rainbows.
I have a couple of announcements before we begin. Hang on, can I make it look? Oh shit, it's getting too much glare off the ring light, so it looks like I'm just holding like a completely white book, but in fact it's Breadtube Subs Imperialism.
Oh no.
Oh, should I turn it back
Oh
again?
no, you have the
No,
physical copy of this?
Now it's just back to nothing. Yes, I wanted to have a physical copy because I'm going to be making a video about conspiracy leftists, and I wanted to be able to photograph the bits I find the most entertaining, and show them on screen on the physical book.
Right.
A la
I mean,
Dan
this
Olson's
is
50 Shades of Grey trilogy.
Caleb Maupin is truly like a genius. He has figured all of this out.
Uh-huh.
He's put the book, title of the book, the whole front cover is in bisexual lighting.
True.
Which means it's like copy proofing, right? So it's like putting it in that color of blue that doesn't show up in copying. The book will not show up in a Breadtube video.
That's true.
Figured it out.
That's a good point. I've got my pink lighting coming in from over here. When I do that, you can barely even make out the weirdly watermarked hammer and sickle. Like, We were discussing this the other day. Like, it's too faint to be a feature of the cover, but it's too bold to be. Well, it's just one on its own, so it's not a pattern or a background. The best word is watermark. It's a hammer and sickle watermark to show you that these ideas came straight from the Soviet Union. But I had a couple of announcements. One is that we are raising money for Orkmum, though some may know them as Boggle, who needs emergency dental treatment. And in the UK, emergency dental treatment is very expensive. So if you use command donate, or occasionally Nightbot will just cycle it around, watch out for that Orkmum/tip link there, and go and help them out. I rushed to do everything today because I was getting a brand new tattoo, which I'm very proud of.
How did it turn out?
Really nice. I'll hold it up close so you can see it. I hope it isn't terms of serviced.
Oh. Yeah, that looks really cool.
Is that? Yeah, that's pretty good position. It's a little bit angry right now because it's just like my skin is very sensitive. But yeah.
Right, the detailing on it is incredible though.
Yeah, my last few tattoos, all with the same artist, have been stuff based on classical paintings. And these ones have been like directly from a painting. Whereas this one is just like I gave her a few references for things I liked, like Lilith and Eve with the apple. Or that one where like Lucifer is being really dramatic and he's like dabbing with his wing.
Right.
And of course the Three Graces, which is my intermission screen. And she composed this herself. And I think it's come out really, really nice. Anyway, she wanted to take as much time as possible to get it really right. And so it was 2 hours longer than I expected. So I rushed home, got Mackie Dondles away. And now I'm here, ready to go, but like an hour later than expected. So we should dive in. Really,
I see.
think
Yeah, I had to get the high blast.
So the one announcement was we're raising money for Orkmum's thing. Jess will have to go in an hour, so Jess is here for the first hour of the stream.
Yes.
Yes. Cool. That's good. Wait a sec. Am I currently? Yes, that's good. Sorry. Very distractible right now. Let me slow down. Okay. Jess will be here for an hour. In the intermission, I will make a change so that hopefully, I can't promise this, but hopefully for after Jess goes, we'll be able to have like the donation bar for Orkmum/Boggle. And so that alerts will come through to the stream, even though it's not to my PayPal. Hopefully. And then I'll be able to see your messages. In the meantime, please be donating, but I can't see your messages. So if you have a message to say, it should be for Boggle/Orkmum. The other announcement, now that I finally get to it, Jesus Christ, what is going on with my brain? If I get a P.O. box, can someone send me a vast quantity of Adderall? The second announcement is that when we read Satan at the Fountainhead, the Israel Lobby, and the Financial Crisis, which is just a delightful title to say, I just think to myself, Satan at the Fountainhead, the Israel Lobby, and the Financial Crisis.
Right. Well,
Wow.
It does just have that very conspiracy energy, right? Where it's just like throwing words together and you're like, this sounds really cool. So it must have been made by someone completely disconnected from reality.
Also, he called various people who just happened to be Jewish throughout the book satanic.
Yeah.
Which I
also
think...
using like not their preferred names, like
right. Dead naming Ayn Rand. I'm not a fan. Don't do that. Not cool. But when we streamed that, we did get a hate raid at one point, so we might be expecting some fun and funky guests. Last time we hate raid called us a bunch of racial slurs. Called us Jew lovers. That was cool. That was very nice.
That's wow. What a coincidence that would happen.
Yeah, it's a weird time.
We were reading.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well.
I
wonder if there's
Caleb
any connection
is definitely
there,
a communist and not a fascist, right? considering that Caleb is definitely, in fact, a communist, and not, in fact, a fascist, it is strange to have a bunch of people come through and call you Jew lover in a stream when you read his book. Very strange.
Right. Well, that must have been a CIA psyop, actually.
Yeah, that's a good point. I didn't think of that. Okay. With that out of the way, one final thing before we begin. The Caleb Maupin drinking game. I'm not drinking something alcoholic right now. I have the last of my Fanta, and I have a cup of tea over here. Folks at home, if you wish to play along, either regular or spicy, go ahead. My first suggestion, Jess, I was hoping you'd kind of build this with me. My first suggestion was every time he calls something satanic. Because he called a lot of things satanic in the last book, and the boy does still love Jesus a lot. And I don't think that was limited to Israel. I don't think that's an Israel-only thing. I think we're going to see a lot of Satan in Breadtube as well.
Right. Have you read any of this book yet? Because this is like a newish book, and we were reading before an old book, and I'd like to think that his writing style has evolved in that intermittent time.
I've read enough of this book to make my second suggestion.
Okay.
Drink every time there should be a citation.
Okay.
When you need a citation,
might be a hard one, but yeah.
Take a drink. There's one that
pretty
might be
early. Take a sip one. I don't know if you can take
that
a
one's
whole
a
drink.
sip. That's a fair. No, that's a good point you make there. That should be a sip. That should be a sip. There's something pretty early in this book, which I hope we get to promptly, which is the closest he comes to a citation in the whole book, and it's just he quotes something on one page, and on the next page there's a picture, and he explains where that quote came from, allegedly, in the picture. But the thing that he's claiming isn't even in the picture, it's just a thing that's related to the thing that he said before. That's the closest I've found to a citation in any of
that doesn't sound like a citation.
Well, it isn't really, is it? No. Well, I'll be fair to the boy before we start. There is a bibliography. But no citations. So never is anything that is said in the book linked to anything in the bibliography. It's just kind of a list of books he read. Wow.
Right, it's like a bonus little listicle at the end.
Yeah,
a little treat.
Just a little, I read these books. Good for me. And that's, I don't want to be too down on Caleb for that, because he is neurodivergent and a minor. And it's hard to read books. Everybody struggles with it. Be proud of yourself if you read a bunch of books. That's fine.
Yeah, I've only recently been able to read books.
Exactly.
Because I have a long commute, and I've been listening to audiobooks.
Very good.
So that's been working for me.
You've been listening to any Caleb Maupin?
No, I've mostly been reading David Graeber. So
well, that's very good. That's a really good audio. Graeber is reliably good audiobooks, and they won't make you fall asleep at the wheel and die from it being read out in 1967, the CIA was for hours.
Yeah. Bullshit Jobs, and what was the other one that I read? Debt, the first 5,000 years. Those ones are very listenable. Yeah. Very fun.
Absolute
great
classics.
reads.
Hell yeah.
Dawn of Everything, I'm finding a little bit tedious to get through.
Oh shit, okay. I'm nearly at the end of Dawn of Everything now. But I am aware it starts with a huge discussion of Hobbes and Rousseau. Anyway, we've been going for half an hour and not read a word of Breadtube Serves Imperialism. So
do we have to stop stalling here? Do we have to read it?
So
have you been reading any other books you want to talk about, or do we have to start reading this?
Look at him. I love that author picture. I will stall with one final thing. Final thing, which is something that a lot of people have pointed out about the blurb, which I find very funny. Caleb Maupin is a widely acclaimed speaker, writer, journalist, and political analyst. I was nearly said anarchist there. Analyst. He has traveled extensively in the Middle East and in Latin America. He was involved with the Occupy Wall Street movement from its early planning stages and has been involved many struggles for justice.
Okay, so that earlier comment I made about, growing as a writer, maybe it's seeming like that didn't happen.
There are 3 quotes from other people after this paragraph. This one isn't in quotes. This isn't a description. This was written by Caleb Maupin about himself. He is an outspoken advocate of international friendship and cooperation, as well as 21st century socialism. I find it hard to believe someone can be an advocate of international friendship without having any friends. Okay, I rescind that.
That's mean. Just mean.
No, I'm sorry. I am nice. Sorry. I'm sorry. Well, let's elevate the tone. I'm sorry, everyone. That was beneath me. Max Blumenthal, journalist and filmmaker, says, inspired as much by Marx and Lenin as by Debs and Frederick Douglass, Caleb Maupin has put forward a uniquely American brand of socialism with provocative flair. Even if you don't agree with his vision, Maupin's political imagination and daring demands... Even if you don't agree with his vision, Maupin's political imagination and daring demands attention. And there are 3 T's in the start of attention there, so that's good.
Oh, no.
That's delightful. Cecily McMillan, activist and political prisoner, says Caleb's work is insightful, rooted in a strong grasp of theory and embedded in critical analysis, often lacking in today's journalists. And finally, Caleb Maupin is my favorite American correspondent. I met him once. He called me a legend, and I call him one. That's a quote from George Galloway, British politician, broadcaster, and writer. Famous red-brown fascist and turf dickhead. So there we go. We've got all that out of the way.
Like, just putting, like, that kind of, like, half endorsement of your person. Like, I met him once, and he seemed pretty chill. Throw it on the book.
Okay. Acknowledgements. I would like to thank Arthur Porter for his cover design. Now we know who to blame. Denise Rampulla for her proofreading and Jason Ross for his layout. I also want to thank everyone who helped contribute to this book with research and moral support over the past 2 years, he claims it took to write this. Wow, good lord. Again, he is neurodivergent and a minor, and I shouldn't shame him for such things.
Right.
As I have been subject to a widespread personal smear campaign. Special thanks to Brenton Lengel, Peter Coffin, Daniel Burke, Dakota Lilly, George Earhart, Ramiro Funes, Nathan Rich, Peter Coffin, again.
Okay.
It doesn't say again, like, it just lists Peter Coffin twice. Justin Simmons, Lily Goldklang, Joe Gale, Charlotte Forrester, Kiki Dewar, Garland Nixon, Dr. Wilma Leon, Paul Shepard, and others who have offered ideological and political support. Here we go.
So I don't want to, like, be mean to Denise if she's a real person.
Yes.
But I'm thinking maybe she's not a real person.
And you mean Denise Rampulla for her proofreading. She was thanked especially for her proofreading is what you're highlighting here.
Yeah.
Yes.
Again, if she's a real person, then I'm sure that she's very lovely.
Yes.
But I've noticed some proofreading mistakes here. Just so far. I mean, in the first page and the back of the book.
Pretty important places to check for problems. Yep.
Right.
Attention with 3 T's. Just so good.
Yeah.
Yep. His political imagination and daring demands attention, but apparently book cover design and blurb do not.
Look, Denise is real. I get it. Like, I hope that you were just contracted for this position and you just looked at this book and you're like, I am not going to read this. I'm just going to submit it and say there are no errors. If that happened, 100% I support you. Yeah. Fantastic job.
Uncritical support for Denise if what Denise did was say, sure, Caleb, it's great. And didn't read it. Okay.
Yeah.
Introduction. The capitalists fight with one another. Okay. I guess this is a poem? The capitalists fight with one another to corner the market and divide up the world. Their quest for maximum profit is the cause of war and puts us on the dole. Their greed leads them into a crisis, which they try to resolve with a more fascist state. Our struggle is against a whole capitalist system, so strike at the fascists as well as the cuts. It's laid out like a poem, but it doesn't really read like a poem. Anyway, that's Cornelius Card, you Lords of Labor. I don't know.
Cool.
Yep. The events of January 6th, 2021 will go down in history. The images of supporters of President Donald Trump and adherents of the QAnon conspiracy theory bursting into the U.S. Capitol building shook the world. While U.S. media presented it as simply an example of the criminal and violent nature of Trump supporters, to any observer with an astute political understanding, it showed much more than that. Should Caleb Capes for MAGA be like a drink? It should be a sip.
Maybe like every time Caleb conflates like the American left and right wing, like because left wing media and right wing media like distorted this event in two very different ways.
Yes.
And just by saying American media, like you're
Right.
conflating them. And I feel like that doesn't take that into an account, which ends up like giving cover to the right wing side of it.
True. I also want to just say, like, the first words of this book, like, the book proper, the events of January 6th, 2021 will go down in history, and I just think that's lazy. Like, good job, man. Yeah.
Insurrection. Definition.
Yeah.
Merriam-Webster's dictionary defines an insurrection as...
Well, it's like September 11th, 2001 will go down in history. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. It will.
Yeah.
Most days go down in history, actually.
The extent to which FBI informers and other infiltrators were involved in helping the events to happen as they did has not yet been fully revealed. So that would be a sip on the previous
the right-wing
sentence.
Media distortion.
A sip
I
on
found
the
it.
next sentence. So we're going great so far. Such an occurrence was only allowed to happen because deep divisions exist within the U.S. power structure. Agree. He's got me there. I agree with that one. Within the circles of wealth and power, the intelligence agencies, and the military, there are serious divisions. The pandemic, the bumbling government response at local and federal levels, and the resulting economic fallout has only exacerbated those differences. U.S. society is in a deep crisis. The crisis is rooted not in multiculturalism, a lack of patriotism, or a lack of virtue signaling and woke sentiments, but in the fundamental problems of capitalism.
Yes?
Yep. No
Question
problem.
mark?
Yeah, well, yeah, it's like...
I'm worried about where this is going.
Yeah, it's kind of like... Yeah, but like... Okay. Capitalism, the system of production organized for profit, is reaching a breaking point. Sorry, this is an early example of Caleb talks to his audience like they're children, which could be at least worth a sip, I think. It's a tough one because it's like... That's the whole book. That's everything he writes all the time. He's an incredibly patronizing writer, but at the same time, like... Capitalism, the system of production organized for profit, is reaching a breaking point. Thanks, Caleb. Thanks for defining that. A prolonged crisis of overproduction spawned by the computer revolution has made the long-standing problem of worker... Can I say citation needed on that one? I don't know. Has made the long-standing problem of workers' competition with machines and poverty resulting from abundance far more deadly. Workers are suffering, the economy is stagnating, unrest is rising, and the influence of the United States around the world is in decline. Okay.
Yeah, so I can actually... Here we go. I'm going to use some theory.
Yeah?
In Bullshit Jobs, Graeber talks about this and, like, explains a little bit about, like, where bullshit jobs come from.
Nice.
And it is, yes, like... Not necessarily due to like computers, but also yes, due to computers. But it's part of a larger trend of automation, like increasing efficiency so much that people don't have to work as much.
Right.
But people still have to work as much because if
Exactly.
people aren't working, then like the the whole system falls apart.
Exactly. Capitalism is one big con where they trick you into working, and then the only way to stop working is to earn enough money to retire. So it's like a pyramid scheme, or Bitcoin.
Right.
Yeah.
Is Caleb Maupin into NFTs? Have we figured that out?
I would love a Caleb Maupin NFT. I wouldn't like an NFT of things in general, but if someone minted Caleb Maupin on the blockchain and gifted him to me, I would be very happy. I'm not serious about that. Please, nobody do that. Okay. But yeah, exactly. Capitalism has to create more work to keep everybody busy, because busy work is the whole game, right? And
right.
It's not computers that are the problem exactly, but it's Luddism, right? It's valid to oppose automation under capitalism because it will never result in people just being able to chill out, because capitalism by definition needs people to be busy all the time. Divisions in the ruling class. I thought that was the start of it. No. Okay, that was the chapter is called "The Capitalists Fight with One Another." Yeah. The trend which Karl Marx described in his pamphlet, The 18th Brumaire of Louis Napoleon, in which one section of the capitalist class seeks to suppress other sections in an attempt to stabilize society and liquidate the crisis, is very much alive. I love how he'll provide I just love him providing a definition of what capitalism is for his audience, but then also referencing the 18th Brumaire of Louis Napoleon. The Obama administration, in an alliance with ExxonMobil, the Rockefellers, and the Silicon Valley tech giants, attempted to carry out strategies put forward by the Council on Foreign Relations and introduce measures to better control the US economy and strategically roll back the influence of Russia and China. I see why he hates Obama so much now. Because he works for the Russian government.
Sorry, was there any, introduction or, structure to, what this is supposed to be about? Because...
Yeah, this is the problem. This is how you get really, cultish fans who defend with, you're missing context. Because to even understand the book he's written, you need really to watch him talking about the book with other people who already agree with him and see him explain it, like the Cliff's Notes version. But basically, I know what he's going for here. Where do you feel this is all, going?
Well, it's kind of that feeling I had earlier, where it's yes, but why are you saying it? I feel like it's just going to be a load of those statements that seem unconnected, but at the end, allows him to make this leap, where it's see, all of these different pieces connect up.
Well, Maupin, like any good conspiracy grifter, loves to let people draw their own conclusions from what he's saying. He puts a bunch of facts together as if putting the facts together does not imply a connection that you should be drawing a conclusion from. Which is why, hilariously, everywhere he's gone to, be interviewed about this book, he said, "I never said that Breadtube is funded by the CIA." But literally, there's a bit pretty late in this where he says, we don't know how much connection these people have to the intelligence community. And it's if that's not saying Breadtube is funded by the CIA, come on, man. That's not saying Breadtube is funded by the CIA? Sure, okay.
Famously, humans interpret every single frame of a movie as a distinct and solitary
that was a really
moment.
This is me and Jess walking out of
connect it at all.
This is me and Jess walking out of Ant-Man and the Wasp. I really enjoyed that photography gallery we just watched. I really enjoyed that exhibition we just went to.
Yeah.
Okay. Where were we? Russia and China. Okay. Yeah, it is just like I say, he does say, I don't know how much Breadtube are connected to the intelligence community, and it's I don't know how much Caleb Maupin takes a dump in the middle of his apartment and then just lets it sit there because he enjoys the smell.
Right. Well, I mean,
I don't know how much that happens.
to be fair, I also don't know either of those things.
Right. Yes, exactly. We don't know. We're just asking questions. Trump aligned with capitalists like Betsy DeVos, Sheldon Adelson, Mike Lindell, the fracking corporations and military contractors, took moves to push back against these moves. Please learn to write, I'm begging you. Sorry. The goal was to maintain a more libertarian economic model and secure the profits of those who lost out from Obama's maneuvers. That's not really true, but okay. I don't know, like, if anyone's going to be very interested if I get into a big, like, debunking that statement from an economics perspective.
Right. No, it
wasn't Trump
exactly
wanted to, like,
libertarian.
cut lots of regulations, but
also, like, you look at, like, federal PPE loans.
Yeah.
And, like, how it's, like, no interest rate, basic,
right.
like, easy to write off. Like, it's not just, like, free market.
Yeah, exactly. And nothing ever is, on the one hand. And he definitely, like, Trump definitely is of and loves the ruling class and wants to give them big tax cuts. But at the same time, like, it's not just Randianism. Like, it's not just pure, like, there should be no regulations and then we'll have the perfect thing. Like, he was doing, I don't know. We'll get back into it. Let's go. Those who lost out from Obama's maneuvers. Also, like, Obama's maneuvers as if Obama was so significant in the history of U.S. presidents. I'm not trying to save Obama from demonization here. Obama, like all U.S. presidents, is a war criminal who should be in jail. But like, the people who lost out from Obama's maneuvers specifically is rhetoric that Caleb falls onto a lot because he is speaking to boomers. This is like a huge thing we need to bear in mind going forward. He is speaking to boomers who hate Barack Obama more than anything else, and he wants to prove them to, like, get them to believe in Caleb Maupin instead. Instead of Trump. In the 1980s, the U.S. ruling class seemed to be in a state of near unity, and the U.S. economy was strong. Was it? Okay, whatever. Ronald Reagan, in the 1980s, the ruling class seemed to be in a state of near unity, and the U.S. economy was strong.
Wasn't, like, the whole austerity of the 1980s, like, prompted by, like, an economic downturn in the late 70s?
Ronald Reagan remarked, "We are all friends after 6 o'clock," when speaking of the elected officials in Washington, D.C. The events on January 6th indicate pretty clearly the opposite state of affairs. I'm taking a lot of pauses after every sentence, and I'm sorry that we're making such slow progress through this already, but, like, as a writer, this is hard. It's hard as a professional, as someone who writes for a living, to read this book. It's just very poorly written, is all. That is all. K-pop girl, thank you for hosting the stream. I hope you enjoy this, despite the fact it is categorically not K-pop. The January 6th events reminded many of the events of August 11th and 12th, 2017 in Charlottesville. A crowd of white nationalists and conservatives assembled for a torch-lit march, and the following day held a public demonstration to oppose the removal of a monument to the Confederacy. At the demonstration on August 12th, left-wing activists mobilized to counter the racists, scuffles took place, and a white supremacist activist plowed his car into a crowd of leftists, killing Heather Heyer. Okay, I will actually go into writing crit on this one, because killing Heather Heyer at the end of that sentence is just presupposing you know who Heather Heyer was. Like,
yeah. It's
presupposing that this is a person you've heard of. Now, obviously, you've heard of her from being the person who was killed at Charlottesville. So, like, if you're talking as if your audience doesn't know anything about Charlottesville, why not say killing one of the left-wing counter-demonstrators, Heather Heyer. A police helicopter also crashed, killing 2 state troopers. What the fuck? What? Why would you put that in there, Caleb? Hang on a second, what? Okay, now I'm so
is that
fully
related?
distracted. I have to know now. Charlottesville helicopter crash. Was it crashed because Antifa threw a brick at it? Like, why are you mentioning that? It was being used to monitor the rally. Uh-huh. And then the helicopter rolled and it crashed and 2 state troopers died.
Right.
I just looked it up. That's literally what happened. I don't...
Right. So
okay.
it's in the...
I'll read it back.
Because they were, like, using it for surveillance.
I'll read it back. Scuffles took place, and a white supremacist activist plowed his car into a crowd of leftists, killing Heather Heyer. A police helicopter also crashed, killing 2 state troopers.
Again, like, famously, the human brain does not connect to ideas next to each other.
The human brain and pattern recognition name a less iconic duo, I dare you.
Yeah.
In other writings, such as my book, Kamala Harris and the Future of America, by the way, I think I might have to get that book as well, because I'm pretty sure that he is alleging in that book that Kamala Harris and AOC are part of, like, a fascist plan to destroy America. I said pretty sure, because I don't know. I have to read it, unfortunately.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Right. Certainly Jackson Hinkle, who takes a lot from Maupin, says that AOC is a fascist. And Maupin says that Kamala Harris is the biggest threat to the future of America. In other writings, such as my book, Kamala Harris and the Future of America, I have provided extensive analysis of the divisions within the US ruling class. I focus on how these divisions have evolved over the course of the last decades and what the various factions want. This text will focus on another aspect of the conflict. The Marxist composer Cornelius Cardew penned these lyrics describing the process of capitalist decay. The capitalists I'm not reading that again. I'm not reading the poem again. I'm not doing it. It's the poem I read earlier. I'm not going to read it again.
Did you just reprint the poem on the other page?
Well, yes and no. Like, he almost certainly used copy-paste. But here, it's formatted... Let me turn it that way. You can see it's formatted like a poem. You can't really see, but it's in italics. And here, it's just in quotes. Just in the paragraph. So, like...
Right.
Yeah.
And that's,
just,
like...
Yeah. Because it increases your page count.
Like, extremely cool way of doing a citation.
Yeah. Right. Oh, that is true. That's pretty close to a citation. That is actually, like, almost a citation.
Right. Instead of just referencing it.
Yeah.
And maybe putting a citation, you just repeat it again.
I, again, am not trying to shame anyone in particular, but I do want to just take a brief note of how, like, of the spectacularly large font size in this book. It is just, like... I feel that it's because his audience are primarily boomers, but a lot of other people tell me it is purely that he wanted to increase the number of pages that that this stretched across. I don't know which side of that you come down on.
Yeah, I'm not sure that I would make extrapolate like too much meaning from that. Because there's like a lot of books are like that. Or at least you can buy versions of it that are like that. Typically, if you buy like a kind of a cover book that you have, it's like bigger text. But if you buy like a mass market paperback, it's going to be smaller.
Mm-hmm.
So
that's a good point.
I'm not sure
if
that
he
I would
added
take
citations, it would increase the page count. That's a good point, Saint Nobody. Thank you. He could have increased the page count even more by citing anything in the book. It has long been understood that as the capitalist crisis emerges, the various factions in the ruling class form political movements to serve them. No, hang on. It has long been understood that as the capitalist class no, shit. Hang on. It has long been understood that as the capitalist crisis emerges, the various factions in the ruling class form political movements to serve them. I think to serve the factions? I think. These political movements...
No, I think it's the capitalist ruling class. They create
Well, no, there's factions within the ruling class, so you can't just serve one anymore. I think it's the text as written is the various factions in the ruling class form political movements to serve them. Full stop. And
Yeah.
to serve themselves, to each serve their own interests, or something like that. These political movements target one section of the capitalist class on behalf of the other, while also mobilizing against revolutionary forces that seek to overthrow the capitalist system. Right. Okay. It's kind of assuming that there's only two factions within the ruling class. I wonder where that comes from. I guess I'll have to read Kamala Harris and the Future of America. British intelligence officer Frank Kitson described the practice of forming counter-gangs in Kenya to fight against the Land and Freedom Army. This is such a weird jump. I'm sure he'll explain himself more in a second, but this is just, like, really jarring.
The whole thing is jarring for me, because just, like, jumping from one idea to the next and leaving you to draw your own conclusions as to what it could possibly mean.
Which is very reminiscent of when we read Israel and the financial crisis. Okay.
Right, I'm pretty disappointed with the amount of growing that Caleb has done.
Oh, you thought he was gonna grow more as a writer in 10 years?
Look, I'm sorry for believing in people. I'm sorry for being optimistic and giving people second chances.
No, okay, you're right. I take it back. I also want to believe in Caleb Maupin. British intelligence officer Frank Kitson described the practice of forming counter-gangs in Kenya to fight against the Land and Freedom Army. These were pseudo-revolution... we don't know when this was. We don't understand any of the... He's just said it happened. Like...
Yeah.
These were pseudo-revolutionary groups that collected intelligence and helped the British Empire to defeat the Mau Mau uprising. Kitson later pioneered the British intelligence strategy of arming Protestant fanatics to target the Irish Republican Army during the 1980s. So the guy was alive in the 1980s. We know, so it was within one lifespan of the 1980s.
I guess, like, citation needed on all of this stuff.
Well, I mean, it's kind of valid and fair to just... Like, it's true that the Protestant side of the Troubles is largely, like, an op to, like, fight against Irish sovereignty. But...
Sure.
It would be nice to cite it and explain it as a journalist.
Exactly. Like, unless we're to expect that Caleb is himself an expert on these specific situations and has done his own research to arrive at that conclusion, there should be a citation in which he cites where he's getting that information.
Yes. Ideally, that would be good journalistic practice, yes. Ghost of Grayton...
Sure, like, if you're writing a book, like, if for some reason you decided to write a book in which you were going to assert, like, different theories based on, like, a foundation of material fact,
yes,
you might want to make sure that foundation was extremely solid.
But what if you wanted to write a book that was based on theories about an evil conspiracy that weren't based on material fact, but were based on the feelings of a demographic that you're targeting and how afraid of things they are? Then you wouldn't cite anything, in my opinion.
Right.
Ghost of Gralton in the chat. I don't think he's reducing the Troubles to a religious spat, but he is reducing the Troubles. It's almost the other way around. Like, Catholicism was used for the initial colonization by the British of Ireland, and then Britain became Protestant and Catholicism became a national identity around which Irish people were rallying. And there are infinite more nuances and historical detail to add. It's more like he's taking the religious difference out of the equation. It's more like he's saying the sides of the Troubles were just entirely a gang and a counter-gang formed by Frank Kitson. So that's cool. Oh no, I'm getting distracted again. What am I doing? This is terrible. Okay, back to the book. William S. Lind, the Pentagon strategist and military analyst, thank you, Caleb, for explaining who that guy I haven't heard of is, that's good, has developed the concept of fourth-generation warfare, in which non-state actors are utilized by great powers in their efforts to undermine rivals. Endless pages have been written about how the right-wing faction of U.S. Capitol is utilizing white nationalists, QAnon libertarians, the Tea Party, and other rightists as a counter-gang of non-state actors to fight on their behalf. However, very little has been written about what is obviously retaliation from the rival faction. The internet culture of social justice warriors and the emergence of a group of pseudo-leftist internet voices called Breadtube.
Right, there's... Look,
so insanely.
there's non-state factions on both sides.
That's true. There are counter-gangs on both sides. There are non-state actors on both sides. Sweetie, what are you saying, and why are you saying it from up there? Nat was just here. Like, she was just here off camera on the sofa. Your phone died? Okay, what did you want to say?
This is jumping around so insanely, I have a headache.
Yeah, it's I'm getting emotional whiplash. Or I guess intellectual whiplash, because it's just topic. Okay. Like, I just want to say, like, when I say as a writer, I'm not trying to be a snob about it. I'm trying to say that as a writer, I have one topic and another topic, and I worry for days on end about how to seg between them. I worry for, like, hours and days and sometimes weeks of my life about whether the flow is good between one bit where I'm talking about one discrete topic and another bit where I'm talking about another discrete topic. You know?
Right.
And he's like...
That's a sucker's game. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're doing it wrong.
He's like, British intelligence officer Frank Kitson, blah, 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 blah. William S. Lind, the Pentagon strategist and military... Okay, why seg when you can simply Caleb? The internet, right. Faction of imperialists, right. Countering the right wing is certainly a noble effort, as the racism, destructive economic ideas, and delusional conspiracy theories coming from the Trump faction are certainly problematic. Agreed. They are problematic. However, the Breadtube current...
that's the word I was looking for.
The Breadtube current are loyal servants of the more liberal faction among the imperialists, and as such, they have engaged in a second mission. In addition to countering the right-wing faction, the second task the Breadtube milieu has engaged in is an effort to purge left-wing circles of all illiberal, anti-imperialist voices, and to some extent, all voices that are genuinely anti-capitalist. In order to transform leftism into nothing but lockstep servitude of their preferred faction among the ruling class, they seek to equate Marxist-Leninists and 21st century socialists with the far right. Caleb, if you want people not to... Yeah, I mean, firstly, no conclusion based on axioms, just statements. Just a statement, and then another statement, and then another statement. I'm gonna make this comparison in my video script for sure, like, repeatedly. But, like, you can learn a lot by watching Alex Jones. Like, you can learn a lot about the way... Oh, yeah, well, here's another statement.
Take.
Well, I'll just make statement after statement after statement. No, like, here's another statement. Alex Jones's speech is just a constant flow of fucking tests. Just like, are you really this stupid? Do you really fucking believe this? Like, do you really believe this? And Caleb Maupin and other people who are doing fundamentally the same job speak and write in the same exact way. It's just like, here's a statement, and now here's a statement, and now here's a statement, and now here's a statement. There's no point evidence explanation. There's no citing things. There's no building of an argument. It's just wild. Like, anyway, if you don't want Breadtube to equate Marxist-Leninists with the far right, stop being a crypto-fascist who calls yourself a Marxist-Leninist is my suggestion. That would really help. Genuinely, my suggestion for solidarity with other tendencies would have met a lot less pushback recently if people didn't immediately assume I was talking about Caleb fucking Maupin. Uh-huh.
Let me posit a hypothetical for you.
Mm-hmm.
If, hypothetically, you didn't want yourself to be sort of... If you, for instance, hypothetically, you wanted to distance yourself from the far right and, yourself and Marxist-Leninists in general, like your whole group.
Yep.
Although, like, that's not the entirety of Marxist-Leninists, but, the Caleb crew.
Sure.
If you wanted to distance yourself from the
if you
far
want
right,
to distance what you're referring to when you say Marxist-Leninists and you're Caleb Maupin.
yes. Hypothetically, if you wanted to distance yourself from the far right, what you wouldn't want to do is write in your book
Yeah.
a bad thing that the far right has done,
And then next
qualify it.
Yeah.
Because if you write comma however after something really bad,
Well, no, I want total fairness to Caleb Maupin here. He didn't write however. He said Heather Heyer died.
Mm-hmm.
2 state troopers died. He didn't say however. He said a Nazi murdered Heather Heyer. Full stop.
Right, there was a however, right, after
Oh geez,
talking
now I'll
about...
go check. No, there was an also.
I swear there was a however.
Because your brain
not losing
inserts it in there. Because your brain inserts it in there because that's what human brains do, is pattern recognition. You are recognizing the pattern that he is saying this, but also this. But he actually didn't say the but. I'll read it again. Scuffles took place, and a white supremacist activist plowed his car into a crowd of...
In the part that you had just read.
Oh, about the gangs and counter-gangs? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I found the however you're talking about. I know which one you mean. Countering the right wing is certainly a noble effort, as the racism, destructive economic ideas, and delusional conspiracy theories coming from the Trump faction are certainly problematic.
Right.
However...
If you wanted to distance yourself from that, you wouldn't want to write something like that and then qualify it with however. Because that serves to provide cover for the previous statement. That serves to minimize the significance of what you put before however.
Yes.
So if you wanted to distance yourself, hypothetically, you wouldn't write that into your book. That's my advice.
I can see that line of logic, but here's the thing. Caleb is a Marxist-Leninist because he says so, and he does want to distance himself from the far right because he's complaining about it, and yet he has written that in his book. So there's clearly just there's no way to reconcile all these facts. There's no way to reconcile
Right, well,
those
I certainly am not going to connect those facts.
Yeah.
That's too difficult as a human being. My brain's just not designed to connect facts like that.
Anyway, lessons from the 1930s. Breadtube's efforts are reminiscent of the efforts by the Social Democrats following the Russian Revolution. During the 1920s and up until the mid-30s, the various parties that had once made up the Second International said, "Our main enemy is on the left." Everybody drink. This is a glaring citation needed because he says that the various parties that were once made up the Second International said something, and then he put it in quotes, what they said.
Oh, right.
He says that they said it, and this is the thing I was referring to earlier. On the next page, there is a picture, which is the closest this book comes to a full citation, but we'll see. I'll show you.
Right, well, I guess when you're, used to saying they and, having a very specific person in mind, eventually you stop realizing that you need citations because,
That's
you
true.
know who you're talking about.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. Okay. In the name of opposing communism, the Social Democrats, including the Socialist Party of America, sought to have communists banned from labor unions, suppressed by the government, and thrown in prison. In Weimar Germany, the Social Democratic Party formed its own militia to suppress the German Communist Party. In events like the infamous Bloody May, Blutmai, of 1929 in Berlin's Wedding District, police officers and others associated with the Social Democratic Party killed 33 communists while suppressing an uprising. In response, communists across the world accused Social Democrats of being social fascists. British communist theoretician R. Palm Dutt composed an important book, entitled Fascism and Social Revolution, arguing that Social Democrats ultimately served the same purpose as Italian fascisti, brutally suppressing communists and stabilizing capitalism. I don't disagree with the broad strokes of the history he's painting here. Invested Social Democrats of a movement, especially ones that like distance themselves from more radical forms like communism, are broadly speaking utter psychopaths. They are the worst, but it's just so. It's just still the like topic.
Right. What I would say to that is,
agreeing with
yes,
something
you could
where
make
I'm
that
like
comparison in that, like, fascists are supporting capitalism and social democrats are supporting capitalism.
right.
What I would say is that, like, usually there's a pretty big list of differences between those two. Like, yes, they have this one similarity.
Yeah.
But perhaps by only saying that similarity and not mentioning the differences, you might be putting two ideas next to each other and allowing the reader to connect them.
And assume that they are just the same. Or also, I mean, when you just say that they are fascists, like Social Democrats of being social fascists. Like for example, in the Russian Civil War, the Social Democratic faction fought in the White Army. They fought with the Tsarists. Like, that's sicko shit. That's fucked up.
Yeah.
No doubt, the Social Democrats, all my homies hate Social Democrats. For real. But, like, but again, like, even in parts where I, like, kind of agree with the history he's trying to outline, except for bits which would... This is the... It's like... The style, which is entirely superficial, and the minute details, which would take hours of debunking, are the places where it needs to be tackled. So it's like, I agree with the broad strokes, but the way that you're jumping around like this makes even things that are true sound like bullshit. And then the things that you get wrong are tiny, but they're tiny but significant and consistent. And they would take a really long time diving into what is fucked up about it.
Yeah.
Jim cheered 100 bits. Thank you very much, Jim. By the way, this rapid list of confusing, unrelated events is usually a technique to just get someone to accept the conclusion at the end, so I'm really waiting on what this stream of consciousness lands. Yes, exactly. It's like I say about Alex Jones, right? If you agree with... If you just, like, let a statement like... Literal pot-bellied vampire goblins are crawling around, coming after us. They're greenish skin, and I've seen them. And when my soul gets close, it goes, ah! If you hear that, right, and you just let it wash over you, and you don't question any of that, right? When in the next bit, he says, like, these Democrats have factories in China where they're making body parts, and you just let that wash over you, right? And if you let the next sentence, right, vaccines at this point are mostly almost, I mean, I'd say 90% body parts almost. Right? And then, like, you just, like, right? Like, if you just let these things wash over you, you just sink deeper into this, like, reality. This amazing reality. This fantastical reality that's certainly a lot more fun than Caleb Maupin's reality. Even if it's a hyper-fascist one. Even Alex Jones's hyper-fascist reality is at least more fun than Caleb Maupin's one, which resembles history very closely, but at the end there's a certain group of people who are behind it all. Where were we up to? The communists of the world reoriented to building a people's front. They aligned with social democrats. Full stop. In the lead up to the Second World War, social democrats dropped much of their anti-communist fanaticism and embraced communists as anti-fascist allies. Neat. The various People's Front alliances, including the Roosevelt Coalition, there we go. That's a sip at least, in the United States, won many great victories for working people and set the stage for the defeat of fascism.
Right, I was wondering, like, how we were going to get to social democrats or social fascists but also FDR was, like, the best thing that's ever happened to America.
Yes, true. A very good point. I guess FDR must have been a full-blown communist. Is the only way you get out of these things. And now to dissect the closest thing to a citation in the book. This picture, I don't know how well you can see this. You like looking on the stream, Jess? Or can you see this well?
Hold on. I'm waiting for the high quality one to catch up. Yes, kind of.
Right.
It's like some people on some tracks. Looks like they're probably in like a city or something.
Uh-huh. And they're rolling. There's a chaotic scene. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the caption underneath that image says, during the 1920s, German communists fought against social democrats, who raised the slogan, "Our main enemy is on the left." The anti-communist violence of social democrats eventually set the stage for the Nazi takeover in 1933. So...
right.
It's not in the image.
I think that we should connect this, because should Caleb watch this video, there's going to be a whole page written about how I have the 3 arrows in the background.
That is true. That will be brought up.
And they're going to be like, secretly, like, this is the proof, because that is an anti-communist sign.
Yes.
To which I say, the history on it is a lot more complicated on it, and I am a communist, so obviously that's not why I represent it.
Right.
And certainly it was represented in that way during the period that he's talking about.
Right.
So that's all to say that, yes, this is true, but also it's a lot more complicated.
Which is basically what you have to keep saying to, like, the whole book. Is just like, when he says something true, it's like, yes, but, and then he moves on to the next thing. And often the next thing is like, wait, what? So you're like...
Yeah.
Okay. Many observers have noted the... I just want to shout out Kunzi14 in chat, who says... This is also in case Caleb sees the video. FDR isn't gonna fuck you, Caleb. Let's carry on. Many observers have noted the historical irony of communists and social democrats who literally killed each other in Germany, France, Britain, and elsewhere, joining arm in arm shortly afterward. However, circumstances had changed. There we go. The realignment resulted in a convergence of interests. The social democrats faced the threat of extermination from fascists who were aligned with industrial capitalists and militarists. Communists also faced extermination from fascists, and the Soviet Union realized a Nazi invasion was inevitable. This common interest in defeating fascism brought the two trends together during the Popular Front era and the Second World War. You ever have, like, a really bad textbook in school and, like, nothing goes in? Like, the way it's written, and you can't explain what's wrong with it, but, like, just nothing goes in? And when you try and replicate it for, like, a test, or, like, trying to explain it to a friend, or you're doing your revision or something, you just can't, because nothing goes in.
Right. Well, I think to connect those two ideas, I think what connects this book and that is that sometimes that textbook is just written as, like, a statement of, like, the answer to questions on a test. So it's just like, this happened, it was led by this person, and, like, happened in this location.
If you get 2 marks in the test for using the phrase Popular Front. There you go.
Right. So it's also just like a list of facts that we're getting, or at least, quote unquote facts.
Right. And rote recitation is the only valuable skill you can bring to this. Next section, more dangerous than social democracy. While many lessons can be learned from this period, it must be noted that much of Breadtube's ideology... We're back on Breadtube. That's cool. Great.
Awesome.
Haven't really defined what Breadtube is yet. Can
you imagine reading this book and not knowing what it is?
No, wouldn't it be wild? Wouldn't it be wild?
What the fuck is a Breadtube?
He just wrote this book for us. Like, he wrote this book just so that we could enjoy it, really.
Thanks, I hate it.
Thanks, Caleb. The internet culture of social justice warriors and the emergence of a group of pseudo-leftist internet voices called Breadtube. That's the first mention of Breadtube in the book. So, okay, we'll bear that in mind as we go on to... It must be noted that much of Breadtube's ideology is fundamentally more dangerous to those who seek to overturn capitalism than social democracy was during the 1920s and early 1930s. So he already called the social democrats in that era fascists. And now he's saying that Breadtube is more dangerous. That's neat. While the Social Democrats of the 1920s and 30s opposed the Soviet Union and Communist parties, they accepted the overall Marxist analysis of capitalism. Social Democrats worked in labor unions and sought to increase the living standards of working people. Social Democrats believed history was moving forward and that technological progress was a good thing. Social Democrats sought, through gradual reform, to eventually establish a society where the means of production operated according to a rational central plan. Just various reasons why you should cram Social Democrats in a locker. Thanks for outlining that for us, Caleb. It's good. Social Democrats believe that history was moving forward. He already referenced the, like, overproduction was kicked off by the computer, right? Which, as we discussed, the only counter to that is Luddism, right? Is the belief that automation under capitalism will necessarily result in people being shut out and locked, stuck in the cold, and then when those people are reintegrated, they'll be put into bullshit jobs, right? Graeber's analysis. That's the counter that you bring to this was kicked off by a computer bad because this, right? Is Luddism and then Graeber's analysis. And then here he's like, Social Democrats believed that history was moving forward and that technological progress was a good thing.
Right, so that's going to be the Breadtube connection, right? Because...
I don't know. I don't know if it's going to be, like, at least Social Democrats believe these things, whereas Breadtube... Well, let's just get on to the next bit.
Breadtube hates technology.
Yeah. It's true, we do. The prevailing voices on Breadtube do not... Oh, no, you know what it is? It's the fucking degrowth thing.
Yeah.
It's the fucking degrowth thing. He thinks that Breadtube all advocate Malthusian degrowth, and therefore we hate progress and we hate technology. The prevailing voices on Breadtube do not share these goals with Marxists. The prevailing Breadtube view is that the living standards of working people in the United States and throughout the world are too high. That's not true. Citation fucking needed. And that consumption must be reduced. What?
Please do read Bullshit Jobs, Caleb.
That would be nice.
I feel like it will inform a lot of these misconceptions that you have.
Yeah.
If you're interested in actually, like, being informed. If you are able to be reached.
All my homies hate technology, yeah. We don't believe... Okay, so to catch everybody up in case you don't know about this, degrowth is talking about how we can tackle climate change and how it may well be a necessary step to reduce overall production, because overall production has reached a stage where it will result in a what is it, positive multiplier effect? Yeah? And then it just spins out? A chain reaction, anyway. An exponential cycle where the planet won't be savable, right? And so we might have to curb back production, right? However, this idea has been massively co-opted by liberals in recent years to talk about the idea of a sustainable capitalism. Please read Climate Leviathan if people are interested, by Joel Wainwright and Jeff Mann. Very good book. It's been co-opted by liberals, and so people who are formerly talking about the problems with capitalist overproduction now don't really like the term degrowth. However, when Caleb was first obsessed with Mildred, he saw them talk about degrowth, And so he's been obsessed with the idea that Breadtube promotes degrowth and Malthusianism ever since. And it's wonderful. It's just wonderful. It's really good.
Right. Well, yeah. I mean, people who want degrowth want us to go live in the slime.
That's true. That is true. Yeah.
Not what communism
That's
is.
true.
Communism is when you leave the slime.
Well, it's especially interesting that it's like, the prevailing Breadtube view is that the living standards of working people in the United States and throughout the world are too high, and that consumption must be reduced. Firstly, consumption must be reduced? No, why would that ever be what it was? But also, I love how he sneakily shifted around to be like, everyone on Breadtube is constantly talking about how working people have it too good.
Also, how fucking sly to
Oh, yeah.
America and the world as if those living standards are the same.
Oh yeah, absolutely. America and the rest of the world, and absolutely not. Something you should just shove into one sentence is just like living standards, one big block.
Right. Famously, what we do is we reach out to people in bad working conditions and living conditions and say, yes, I know that things are bad, but
Yeah.
what if we made it worse for you?
I had one of my CIA mandated calls to a poor farming family in India earlier today, where I said,
Right.
"You have too much, and you should feel bad." And then I sipped on my McDonald's like this,
Right.
and I shamed them like this. I was just like, "God damn,
Yeah.
selfish."
You should be paying rents to Bill Gates.
Yes, that's what I said to them. That is it. I'm just trying to look up some quotes from. I found a Reddit page on r/communism, which is quotes from Engels, Lenin, Mao, and others on labor aristocracy, because it's a worthwhile thing to point out that America is a significantly different thing than the rest of the world, and the working class of America, even the working class of America, the working class of Europe, the working class within the imperial core are what's called the labor aristocracy. They experience a much higher quality of life, on average, than people in the imperial periphery. I don't know if I should divert to reading these quotes now that I've done this, but
Right.
that's probably a bad idea. I probably would derail the stream too much. It's bizarre to just be like, Breadtube believes that the working people in America and the rest of the world have too much. Like, fine.
I just don't. I think it's just like a very specific and intentional misreading. Otherwise I don't see how you could even begin to think that.
Well, the reason I wanted to bring up this page, I'm not going to read from it right now at least, but is that Maupin calls himself a Marxist-Leninist while simping for FDR. And there are some very choice quotes from Lenin about the labor aristocracy. Similarly for Marx, right? So Caleb Maupin, a Marxist-Leninist, is like, these evil breadtubers want the American working class to have to make sacrifices, and it's like, oh baby. Caleb, and I speak for all of Breadtube because I've been authorized to by my handlers. And by extension all of Breadtube, I do want the American working class to suffer and perish. That is the main thing I want. I just want any socialism or communism that happens in America to be part of a changing of the global shape of power. I don't want the quality of life in America to increase only because of more exploitation of everybody else. You know? And
Right.
that's and there I truly do speak for everyone in Breadtube, because I think that's a pretty uncontentious point. Like, we don't want there to just be American communism. Like, that would suck,
Right.
actually.
The end of capitalism should also include the end of imperialism.
Ideally, yeah. Caleb can't imagine an anarchist who's read Lenin. I think it would break his brain. Okay. Breadtube voices generally argue that advocating for living standards to increase or analyzing society in terms of wage workers and capitalists is an ideological crime known as class reductionism. Okay, Caleb, you interviewed a TERF and you nodded along while she said that gender ideology was incompatible with materialism. You nodded along and said, yes, I agree. Okay, you didn't say that, but you nodded along while that was happening. And you know, Caleb, that's not just class reductionism. Many people may accuse you of class reductionism, but like, it's the deliberate ignoring of any minority's issues that's the problematic part, not just the focusing on class part. Good lord. Breadtube voices generally believe technological progress is an affront to Mother Nature, and that societies around the world that are kept in a state of deindustrialization and underdevelopment are more pure and beautiful, close to some kind of spiritual ideal. Citation.
What the fuck? What?
Dude, just trust me. Is the... I don't... Like, the thing is, he lists, okay, like, the thing is, he lists Vorsh, ContraPoints, Mildred, Socialism Done Left, Destiny, and Faraday Speaks as the people who are Breadtube, like, in this book. Oh, and and H-Bomber Guy. And I don't, like... Firstly, there are deep issues with that have only become more true since the publishing of the book, as the online left audience grows, and then we undergo a natural anthropological phenomenon, schismogenesis, where we split into different factions, because there are enough of us that we can just go, I don't want to listen to you guys who I don't really like very much, right? And so, for example, the debate bro audience kind of separates off, and they do believe distinct things and act in distinct ways, but even having said all of that stuff, right? When this was written, Destiny was not someone who would have described himself or anyone else would have described as Breadtube. And even on top of all of that, I don't know who the fuck he is talking about when he says that that Breadtube, whoever the fuck he means by that, believe that deindustrialized societies are more pure and beautiful. I literally don't know. But pure and beautiful are in quotes. So someone said it. That's the thing someone said. This? Those are specific words that someone said, and I would like a citation. Oh, right. Yeah? It's not... Yeah.
I think it was the same person who said that biological sex isn't real.
Yes, yeah. The same person. That same person is just spitting out just, like, raw facts that all Breadtubers agree with. And we love it. Breadtubers generally reject the need for a centrally planned economy, but instead favor gradually transitioning to a profit-centered economy where workers receive a share of the profits rather than a set hourly wage. Hey, Jess, you've already talked about one of the flags behind you. Let me just move over. Yeah, I'll just change over the screen here. What's that other... What's that? I see a funny symbol there on that trans pride flag that you've got. It has a strange sort of symbol on it.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
That's my tranarchy flag.
Yes. I'm wondering whether the economic system, so it's a trans pride flag and it's also an anarchy flag. That's what the A is for. So
yes.
Anarchism, anarchists believe in a gradual transition to a profit-centered economy where workers receive a share of the profits rather than a set hourly wage, unless I'm mistaken. That's a good summary of your views on the ideal economic system.
Oh, entirely. Yeah. I mean, specifically as an anarchist, what you want is a gradual transition into
a profit-centered economy. A profit-centered economy?
Into a system that has the same hierarchies, only owned by different people. That's famously, that's what we
all
advocate
breadtubers
for.
are really, really into crypto. We just want a decentralized, profit-focused economy. Nat's come down to yell because she's getting so frustrated.
It's like, he doesn't even bother to explain at all.
Are you just gonna sit off screen and yell?
I'm just so mad. Like,
That's the live screen right now, so you're just behind the book.
how is anybody supposed to know what he's talking about, even if they're like trying to read this charitably? Like,
I know, yeah.
Like,
I know.
he's talking about like co-op based market socialism.
Yeah, he's talking about worker
as,
co-ops, yeah.
Right? Like, but he's not even naming what he's describing what's wrong with it before describing what it is and what people think it is and what people like.
It could
who
well
wants
be.
it and what, like-
It could well be that like Vorsh, who I believe has described himself as a market socialist at one time or
He's talking
another,
about- he's like, well, obviously
has
Vorsh would
said he
say
wants this kind of thing.
That's what he wants,
But, like,
because that's the criticism of
I know, yeah, exactly.
market socialism, right?
Yeah, I'm going to carry on now. While social democracy in the
Obviously,
1920s,
also Vorsh's
I'm
plans are
going
not
to carry
represented.
on now. While social democracy in the 1920s and even today generally represents a watered-down pro-imperialist interpretation of Marxism, what breadtubers believe in is fundamentally antithetical to Marxism. I'm just fascinated by the idea that Caleb promotes patriotic American socialism, where communists try and like reach out to like MAGA chuds and tell them that communism is based actually because communism can still involve saluting the stars and stripes. And then, at the same time, he can write things like social democracy, well, and also FDR's toes are in his mouth 24/7, just every waking moment.
Right.
And
I mean,
then
it's
he
a
can
good
write.
selling point. It's like, don't worry, we only have to dismantle the hierarchies that affect you.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
You don't have to touch any of the other ones. Like, it's actually pretty base.
Right.
He also loves industrialists, just not monopolists.
Yeah, there are good capitalists who are. Well, we're rehashing Israel, the
Yeah.
Israel lobbying right now. But he can promote patriotic American socialism, and he can love FDR as much as he does, and then write, while social democracy in the 1920s and even today generally represents a watered-down pro-imperialist interpretation of Marxism.
Yeah.
How, Caleb? How do you not see? That's Spider-Man pointing at Spider-Man meme. What breadtubers believe in is fundamentally antithetical to Marxism. Marxism seeks to, which is fine if you're an anarchist.
Even just
because
the assumption that, like, Breadtube exists and has one specific, like, ideology.
Right.
I know,
Like,
yeah,
it's
yeah,
just the
yeah.
Even
fundamental,
beyond,
starting
like,
point at every
If it
single
did
thing.
have a specific and singular ideology, it certainly wouldn't fucking be this. But just even the idea that it can
Yeah.
have that, or that it does have that, like it does sort of make you assume that this must be a rigid organization, right? Like, who are these
Right.
Antifa people?
Yes, believing.
And
yeah.
what
It's
do they
just like
believe?
that. It was 2004, and it was the infamous hacker known as Anonymous, right? The hacker known as
Right.
4chan, aka Anonymous. The anonymous hacker known as 4chan. And then it was 2016, and it was Antifa, the gang of violent terrorists who get their money from George Soros. And then
Right.
it was Breadtube, who are similarly to Anonymous and Antifa, a rigid corporate structure that receives money straight from the CIA to do their evil bidding.
Right. I think that it's crucial that we don't skip over the Black Lives Matter as well, because
Yeah, that's
it's
true.
similar to like why there is Antifa organizations, like there is a Black Lives Matter organization.
Yes.
But it's not what everyone makes it out to be. Like,
Yeah.
not everyone who supports Black Lives Matter is in that organization. And so
Absolutely.
making it out to be like
In
that
fact, I
means
want to
that
go a
you
step
can make
further and
statements
say,
about the whole group.
I want to go a step further and say, in fact, I would say that most people who support Black Lives Matter are, at the very least, annoyed at a level of corporate and liberal co-option of Black Lives Matter as a movement and turning it into, a trademarked thing and a corporation and so on. Like, whether or not they have a personal issue with some way that the entity Black Lives Matter has has organized or behaved or anything. I think most people who are pro BLM are annoyed at this obvious recuperation. And instead, and I will be talking about this in the script because it is something that hasn't escaped my attention. Instead, the patriotic American socialists love to say that both BLM and Landback, because they exist as legal corporate entities, are neoliberal billionaire-funded. What is it they call them? I've completely forgotten. I guess. Would his counter gangs thing apply?
Non-state actors, like
non-state actors.
factional.
Yeah, it's this shit again. But anyway, yeah, like I think it is another element of their of the patriotic American socialist conspiracy theory is like BLM and Landback are billionaire funded corporations.
Okay, I'm gonna have to leave you on that thought because
Okay.
I do have an appointment coming up that I've
Okay.
got to dip out for. As much as I'd like to stay here and continue to learn about how
I know that you
Breadtube
would, I
serves
know.
imperialism.
And you've been a
I
very
definitely-
calming, chilling presence, whereas Nat's going to yell a lot when I'm reading the rest of this book. Jess, where
right,
can
well,
these
you know,
lovely
I feel
people
like-
find you?
As you progress into the book, you are going to want to yell more. So I feel like this is going to be a natural transition.
That's a good point. Where can the lovely 230 people who are watching right now find you, Jess?
You can find me on YouTube mostly at That Jess, and you can also find me on a podcast called Rolling with Rainbows, which is a podcast that I do with my friend Sophie.
Whoa.
In which we look at tabletop role-playing games, specifically actually played them. It's the podcast. Pretty cool. You should check it out.
Cool. Well, it's been great to have you. Everyone, I'm going to let Jess go, and we're going to take a short break because I really need to use the little MB's room, and then we'll be back on it with probably more yelling. Okay. Bye.
Bye.
Let me just go into mission screen. There, whoa. Okay, 5 minutes, no more. It'll be 5 minutes. Hey everyone, we'll be back in a couple of minutes. I'm just going to make myself a fresh cup of tea. And if you've been watching chat closely, you will know we're about to have a surprise guest. Not at all planned, but who's going to join us for a bit more of this reading.
Can you hear me? Awesome. I'm trying out push to talk, so I just wanted to make sure you could hear me. Hello, it's me, Thought Surprise. This is where I belong. I'm dying to find out. Sophie, you are muted.
Fuck. Okay, hey everyone. I'm back. I was just saying, if we can get through the next couple of pages, we will finally begin. Chapter 1, What and Who is Breadtube? The Nature of the Counter Gang. Yeah, there's even a little bit about yours. Hang on, am I using yours truly wrong then? Would that be me? No. You!
Yours
Anyway.
truly would be you.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Alright.
There's also some stuff in that chapter I'm not super thrilled with it being public. So
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
I was planning already on this, so my default here was to skip personal details and describe what is talked about rather than reading out the book directly. Would you prefer that?
I mean, yeah.
Yeah,
for sure.
Cool, good, cool stuff. Okay, where were we up to then? So, I think we started More Dangerous Than a Social Democracy, and we're into Marxism seeks to advance historical progress and create a society of vast abundance in which all inequality and the need for a state itself can fade away. Contrarily, Breadtube seeks to roll back the wheels of history, reduce the human population, end growth, and restore humans to some kind of primitive state of existence deemed to be moral and sustainable. I find this, this is a way more minor thing that I think that a lot fewer people will kind of be bothered by, but I find Caleb's consistent dedication to teleology really, it gets under my skin. He is consistently dedicated to the idea that history is a straight line of progress towards a perfect future, and it's just like America nearly nuked the entire world to oblivion many times over just in the last 50 years. I don't know.
You would say that though.
That's
you
true.
You would say that because you want what you want to do is take away America's nukes so that they can go back to a pre-industrial, pure, prelapsarian time.
That's true. And you play Minecraft, so obviously you just want to live in.
I'm living out my primitivist fantasies. Yes.
Exactly. Exactly. I want to live in my ideal world and a narco-primitivist society where, in order to get the estrogen that I crave and feast on every morning, I have to strain it from horse piss. That's my fantasy world. Right.
I didn't know you didn't already.
Oh well, only as a treat. Only when I'm going real tradwife with it.
Unless if the horse has been treated with ivermectin, you can cure COVID. So
I should watch out for that. I should look this up because I've been saying that everybody else. I've been saying that it's a common thing among all of them, among all the conspiracy leftists, that they promote ivermectin. Wait, shit, we're not allowed to say that on Twitch, are we? That's a banned word.
Sorry.
We wouldn't say horse paste. Anyway. I just want to know, because I've been saying it's a consistent thing across all of them, that they all promote horse paste. I don't know if Caleb Maupin has done it. That's some research I need to do before I write the script. Hilariously, if you search Caleb Maupin, one of the images that comes up is Rhys Darby in Flight of the Conchords.
That's very good.
Which is
That's
also the
very
joke that the one joke that Abby makes whenever Caleb is mentioned under any context is she starts going, "Britt, Jermaine, have you heard that Breadtube is funded by the CIA?" You could do a song about
can we
that.
talk about how genius that is as a strat too? Because she just avoids all of the bullshit and
Yeah, she just gets to have fun. I admire Abby living in the brand zone. She's taught me many wonderful things about how to have a presence online. If I don't, well, what the fuck is this? Oh no, okay, that's a comment on a video of Caleb talking for RT, where someone is saying they take ivermectin every day. Shit, I said it again. Fucking Twitch. I hate Twitch so much. Why can't I just say words I want to say? This sucks.
Oh,
Anyway.
before I forget, have you seen Peter Coffin's tweet about the anti-imperialist fast food Avengers?
No. Oh god, damn, fuck. Okay.
Yeah, you're gonna love it.
Crikey. I'm just gonna go Peter Coffin.
I just put it in the landing zone of your server. I don't know if that's
Fantastic.
probably not the right place.
Incredible. All right, let's go have a look at this. Anti-imperialist fast food misspelling Avengers. What? Oh, right. You're really salty because people keep on saying Burger King all the time.
Yeah, but now they're taking it back. Look how cool they look now.
True. To be a Burger King is to tell the truth in the face of a bunch of State Department simps. We should all aspire to... We've already been talking about this with the book, obviously, but like the mental gymnastics required to try to reconcile the ideology that they're talking about when they say something like State Department simps, right?
Yeah.
With the ideology of the person who, like, the person who the incident with they are referencing when they say Burger King, right? Like, to bring up
I
Burger
genuinely
King,
don't know if Canada even has a State Department.
right. Like, like Burger King is a reference to you and Caleb, and then it's not you who's the State Department simp unless you fully and entirely believe that you're CIA funded. Wow. We should all aspire to be called Burger King by a bunch of lying assholes. Anti-imperialist fast food misspelling Avengers assemble. Burger King.
I love that it's like it's so clearly under his skin, even though it's like it's nothing. It's nothing.
It's just it's a cringe thing that his friend did. Like, it was cringe.
It was something Caleb Maupin did, making fun of Mildred. Like,
well, yeah,
he
exactly.
didn't get the joke, right? He didn't get the joke of.
Yeah.
I even to call it a joke is just I said a word funny because that's the thing I do, and he like tried to play it as though it's this like it's a dig at the workers of Burger King.
Yeah.
But like the fact that people say it to him so clearly gets under his skin but like that's what makes it so funny.
Yeah.
So that they're like, oh no, it actually doesn't. But actually, I'm laughing.
Yeah. I'm not mad, actually. I'm laughing.
Actually, I worked in a sandwich shop once.
Oh, that's true, actually.
As a student, so I know what it's really like in those workplaces.
I forgot that he understood the plight of the working man.
Yeah. Okay, let's get back to this. Breadtube, contrarily, Breadtube seeks to roll back the wheels of history, reduce the human population, end growth, and restore humans to some kind of primitive state of existence deemed to be moral and sustainable.
Live in a pod, eat bugs.
No notes. Exactly right.
Yeah, that is exactly what we believe, so that's good. It is live in a pod and eat bugs, which again ties into my central thesis here, that this all constitutes a recognizable movement of the conspiracy left. Everyone get hype, my video will be out March 19th. But seriously, like, it all ties back to often, like, recognizable conspiracies. And chat, you will not guess what Breadtube is CIA ties back to. It is a recognizable conspiracy you have heard of before. Anyway, while social democracy in the 1920s tended to oppose illegal activities and militant labor activism, Breadtube has taken the opposite extreme. Breadtubers tend to favor an escalation of street violence against the right wing at a time when these forces are much better armed and have a much better organized base among the population. I don't know about an escalation of street violence, like...
Yeah, but like the idea that, oh, well, you're saying we should fight these people simply because they have way more weapons and they're super dangerous, like that. Think about it. Like, no, I guess then we should let them win. Like, what is your solution?
It's truly inhuman to suggest that when a bunch of dudes get together with guns and want to murder all the minorities, that someone should do anything.
Or failing that, just bully and beat up and harass homeless people, right? Because that's what these fucking gangs do. Like.
If the eventual escalation that Breadtube seemed committed to inciting were to occur, the result would most likely be a huge crackdown on all political activism by the state, if not an outright victory for the right wing. Oh boy. Furthermore,
you are workers of the world. You are weak. You cannot win. Give up. This is my anti-imperialist message.
Furthermore, Breadtube often seems to almost incite lawless violence and hooliganism against Marxist-Leninists, 21st century socialists, and anti-imperialists at the same time. That they call for mob violence... at the same time... Fuck me. Okay. At the same time, comma, that they call for mob violence against the right wing. That was why I got thrown off like that. So let me just read that as written again. Furthermore, Breadtube often seems to almost incite lawless violence and hooliganism against Marxist-Leninists, 21st century socialists and anti-imperialists at the same time. That they call for mob violence against the right wing. I was leaving the appropriate pause in there because of the comma that's written there, and that's why I was thrown off like that, because
we need to talk about the word hooliganism in this sentence, because what does that mean?
Well, I promote people going up to any patriotic American socialist they see in the street and going, oi, 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 oi.
By all means, hoot and holler.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But also it says, seems to almost incite these things. It doesn't even say,
okay.
Like, so, yeah. It's kind of fine, really. Breadtube is actively working to change the political discourse, labeling anti-war and anti-imperialist voices as red-browns and Nazbols, and equating them with Nazis and setting the stage of mob violence and state repression against them. Fascinating. It may have been incorrect to label the Social Democrats of the 1920s social fascists, despite the fact that they advocated and engaged in violent repression against revolutionary forces. However, a much more explicitly fascist streak can be found in the Breadtube milieu.
So wait a minute. He goes one sentence. They call everybody they don't like fascists.
No.
Next sentence.
He's referencing when R. Palm Dutt in 1920 something called the Social Democrats social fascists.
Yeah, but he just got through saying that Breadtube calls everybody red browns. Any genuinely principled anti-war activists, they call them a red brown.
Yeah.
And then the very next sentence, he's like, "Actually, sir, it is you who is fascist." Checkmate.
True. Breadtube's opposition to historical progress and growth evokes fascist Julius Evoler's references to the demonic nature of the economy. Okay, man, one fucking second. Okay, well, this is funny because we had Jess on just now, and now we have you on, Mildred, and you were also on the stream where we were reading Satan at the Fountainhead, Israel Lobby, and the Financial Crisis.
Hey, you know who fucking loves Julius Evola, by the way?
Who's that?
Alexander Dugin.
Alexander Dugin. That's exactly what I was gonna guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
I should have called my shot. I had it. But he's saying Julius Evoler's references to the demonic nature of the economy. It's like here cut in like black and white flashback to us reading like Ayn Rand, the satanic evil Russian Jew, or whatever the fuck he wrote. Like, he constantly called people satanic, especially for their economic beliefs. Throughout. It's in the title of the book! He says Satan at the Fountainhead. Okay. Right. Breadtube's opposition to historical progress and growth evokes fascist Julius Evoler's references to the demonic nature of the economy, and carries with it the genocidal legacy of eugenics and Malthusianism. Breadtube's fetishization of street violence and action over ideology, pushing left-minded youth toward a premature, violent confrontation.
Okay.
Also parallels. Sorry. Yes.
There's a lot of criticisms one could make of Breadtube, but I don't think one of them could be they inspire people to take too much action in real life.
Well, he predicted Red Planet from all the way back in 2019. He just knew what was coming. He predicted us advocating for people to join a tenants union and learn how to do first aid at a protest. And he was like,
if you read between the lines, you're basically saying to beat up Marxist-Leninists.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
It is the same thing. Yeah, that is the same thing. Squatting in an abandoned house and rounding up the Marxist-Leninists and having them all executed. It is the same exact thing. Well, who? Okay, so Breadtube's fetishization of street violence and action override. Okay, so Breadtube's opposition to historical progress was like Julius Evola. Do you know who Breadtube are like for promoting action over ideology? Mussolini. Also parallels Mussolini's political trajectory as described in his autobiography. I love when people explain anything about Mussolini with Mussolini's writing as the source, because I've had this so much as someone who has become much further left and now identifies with anarchism, with communism, right? But primarily in the beginning, in the first place, I was making stuff that was anti-fascist focused, right? So my entire YouTube career, I have had people telling me I should read Mussolini. And I'm just like, nah, man, I don't think.
But if you really boil down what he is saying here, he's basically saying that opposing fascism is what Mussolini advocated. Like because he's saying that like going out into the street, the action that he's complaining about is confronting fascists and doing street battles with fascists, which he interprets as like the only street action.
We only outlined a few possibilities.
That's what Mussolini did.
Yeah, absolutely. That was his favorite thing. In fact, there's only one way that you could draw parallels between America today and Mussolini's Italy, and that's to look at Antifa, who, as Caleb just pointed out, are way less well equipped and way less organized than American far right militias, and say, you know what, Antifa, that's the same as Mussolini,
because they have the backing of the capitalists.
Yeah,
that's why, right?
Sure, some fucking shit. I don't know.
Sure. Yeah, why not? Just throw it in
why
there.
not? Just make it up. Yeah, you can just make it up. I mean, do you want to explain that idea, or do you want to no, because you don't have to. You don't have to. That's the rule.
I feel like it's kind of fine to just throw it out there and just like leave it and not explain it. I always worry doing stuff like sort of live reacting to stuff that it's going to be too free associative and you're going to end up saying things that is more like just a word association thing. And
but then this is what we're reading.
But that's the whole book. This is just like free association, like everything bad I can think of.
I will state again for the record, I do. This is factual. I do not know how often Caleb Maupin takes a big dump in the middle of his apartment and just leaves it there because he likes the smell. I don't know.
I wouldn't like to guess.
I know, but it's privileged information, and I'm not gonna. There's confidentiality reasons I can't disclose that. But I'm expecting at some point in this book he's going to quote someone saying in a video that they should accept their feelings about something and go, "This is not unlike how Darth Vader wrote that you should give in to your hatred."
Well, so what was Darth Vader and those guys who Darth Vader palled around with, his soldiers?
Stormtroopers?
Oh, that's the one. So they were kind of a historical allegory for
Breadtube.
That's right. Breadtube.
Breadtube's implied calls. This is the next sentence. Breadtube's implied calls for violence and political repression of anti-imperialist voices certainly brings forth memories of the Nazi stormtroopers.
What the fuck?
Should I run that one by everybody again? Everyone want to hear that one again? Okay. Breadtube's implied calls for violence and political repression of anti-imperialist voices certainly brings forth memories of the Nazi stormtroopers.
Does he feel at this point that it's necessary to reference a single thing said by a single Breadtuber to make this statement?
The answer is no.
Is it necessary to do that at all?
The answer is no, absolutely not. Why would you ever reference anything?
No, you just write and keep getting redder and redder as you're writing.
As I say, it's the Alex Jones method. Everything you say is a test, and if at every step you say, yes, I am stupid enough, yes, I do believe what this increasingly red man is telling me,
I like to think of him pounding this out on his big old-fashioned typewriter, and just the longer he goes, the more steam just comes out of his ears. Just And another thing, they're just like Mussolini.
Yeah. Yeah. And if I'm going to call them Mussolini, I may as well call them the Nazis. So, whether or not Breadtube ideology constitutes a modern variant of fascism is not the focus of this book.
Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah.
That's good. I felt
That's
bad
for the sequel.
Yeah. I felt bad for having written in my script a sincere questioning of whether Caleb Maupin is a fascist. And now I don't.
Yeah. Well, quite frankly, I there can be no doubt of that at this point in my mind.
I'm somewhat engaging in hyperbole for comic effect. I have a bit of my script that I've already written where I ask, is Caleb Maupin a fascist? And I say the only answer that you can really arrive at for that question is another question: is Alex Jones a fascist? And the answer is, who cares? The dude loves working with fascists. He loves saying fascist things. He loves promoting fascists and what fascists do and the end goals of fascism. If that's not a fascist,
it's like the saying: if you sit at a table with 10 fascists, you're sitting at a table with 11 fascists.
Yeah. If you sit at a conference and smile and nod and blush as Daddy Senpai Alexander Dugin holds up your book and says it's really cool.
But like, whenever we call Caleb a fascist, we do so based on like the things we are pointing out that he is saying.
Yes.
You know? Yes. We wouldn't just like throw it out and unsupported and like walk away, but he feels it is sufficient to simply say, this evokes Mussolini. No clarification.
This makes me think of Michael Myers from Halloween. Moving on.
Yeah.
What was I gonna say? This isn't gonna be in the script, but I was thinking about what you said, Mildred, about Nick Fuentes and how, you explained what a fascist thinks, and then Nick Fuentes, in a response to that, said, "But those things are true," and how clear a demonstration that is of like, yes, because he's a fascist. Like, of course he thinks that those things are true because that's what fascists think. And I was thinking how the perfect one sentence equivalent for Caleb is Caleb thinks fascism is communism. And it's like, does he think it or is he just pretending that? Whichever way around you want to believe. I personally think that he might think it, like might be some sincere naivety.
I do get the impression he believes it because I don't think I don't mean to sound like rude about this. I don't think he possesses the self-awareness to lie.
Yes. Well, kind of. But also at the same time, he has said, if I wanted to be popular, I would lie. And I'm kind of like...
But also, like, I think that what he does instead is he just convinces himself of what he would like to believe.
That is exactly it. I do think that is exactly it. I think he is lying constantly, but it's the kind of lie where you're saying something that you can just about stomach, like you can find it just palatable enough, and you know what goal you're shooting towards, but you can convince yourself of it so it's fine. As opposed to the lie where it's like, did you eat that cake? And you with crumbs on your mouth say, no. Like, it's...
One time I ate your cake.
And that's why you're not invited back to the UK. So, Nazi stormtroopers. So, whether or not Breadtube ideology constitutes a modern variant of fascism... Oh, I wanted to say that thing about Caleb, just in case Caleb happens to see this. He is constantly asking, like, seemingly, credulously, like, he wants to know, like, why are people saying he's a fascist? And Caleb, if you ever see this, you think fascism is communism. Whenever you, when you keep promoting communism, or what you call communism, you're promoting fascism.
Oh boy,
I hope that cleared that up.
This is just gonna get clipped out of context so fucking fast. This is we have given him so much ammunition now, but I think also that he's looking at the situation. What Caleb is trying to imply here is that fascism is merely political violence. It's the same thing that liberals believe that fascism is.
Yeah.
So when he says fascism, he means like hurting fascists, essentially. To confront fascists
Right.
requires fascist violence.
Which is why so much of his writing is so perfectly readable as being for boomers, because this stuff, for example, about street violence is just like, have you considered that anti-fascists are the real fascists?
Yeah, it's, we're the ones parroting Capital's line on things, whereas he has the exact same opinion as like CNN and MSNBC.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
and RT, because he works for RT. Okay, I'm gonna move on and try to yell less. But my urge to yell will only increase as I progress through the book, so that's gonna be hard.
And you said that Nat would be the one yelling. So.
I know.
Yeah.
I did accuse her. That is a fair word to use. Also, chat, please remember that I'm raising money for my friend Orkmum, or Boggle, you might know them as Boggle, who has a really urgent dental emergency, and private dental care in the UK is not cheap. So any donations that can be made would be hugely appreciated. And that's command donate if you see it. Cool. Breadtube, after all, is merely an internet community engaging in propaganda work. The ties of Breadtube to the Antifa street fighters... Street fighters? I'm sorry. I can only picture Antifa in pixel art now. It's like Tonight We Riot. It's okay. Are most likely extensive, but cannot be confirmed.
Is that so? That's bad. So he's saying that is a bad thing.
So one thing is, like, factually, if you understand how Antifa organizes, factually, the ties of Breadtube to Antifa street fighters, I can't say it, to direct anti-fascist action, there we go, can only be a kind of one-to-one relationship where any Breadtuber at most could be hooked up with, could be involved with the Antifa in their area, because that's how Antifa organizes, is as an acephalous movement of local community defense. There isn't a grand, terrifying network looming from the shadows of Antifa street fighters, Caleb. But do you believe that, or do you just want your boomer audience to believe that? Who knows?
It feels like when the right talks about Antifa and they like accuse Antifa of being funded by George Soros.
Yes.
Like this is where it feels like he's going.
Yes. So the ties are most likely extensive, but cannot be confirmed. So
there's no evidence. You can just say. Yeah,
it
okay.
is bold,
yeah.
I think, to confess to libel in the book where you're doing the libel. I think that's wild. I can't prove this, but I am saying it, and I acknowledge that that's what I'm doing.
Yeah, I mean, as you said earlier, I can't prove that Caleb Maupin shits on the floor and leaves it there, but it is likely. Yeah. It cannot be confirmed.
Well, I never said it was likely. I just said I don't know how often.
I'm saying it. I'm saying it now.
Okay.
You're
taking the step
Sophie has
further.
no legal liability for what I am saying.
I see what's happening here is that you would love for Caleb Maupin to file a suit that you could file a countersuit to. I see what's really happening.
Sources are telling me that Caleb Maupin shits on the floor and leaves it there.
Okay. So far, the actual violence against rival leftist voices has been rare. Well, rare implies that there's some, and I would like to know.
It's just like he's saying all of this with no examples.
Yeah.
Like imagine writing this as a Breadtube script. You would never do that. You would.
That's what I said earlier. Like, every time there's a topic and then another topic, in my script, I spend so long panicking about whether the seg works and whether there's a good flow and if people will see how they're connected and, whether it will turn people off too much to jump around. Every sentence is just one thing and then another completely discrete thing in this book.
Which is why I say that I picture him getting redder and redder, because it just feels like as he gets angrier, he feels the need to add more and more.
This isn't a book, it's a long post. It's just one long post.
Because when you really look at like what he's complaining about, it's that there are people on the internet with takes that are different than his.
Yeah.
But if you just said that, like, it's like, well, then who cares? Of course there are, dummy. But so he has to see, well, actually, the reason I'm mad about it is because they're sinister fascists working with the State Department, you know?
Yeah, I'm just going to mute so I can do an announcement tweet that we've come back and we're live again. Okay. So I said that in the drinking game of Caleb Maupin's writings, we should have one for citation needed. But like, I think Jess's counter was that should be a sip, right? Like,
yeah,
not
this
a drink,
is the problem that befalls every drinking game, is that there's always one trigger that you think will be a fun thing, and then it turns out you're just constantly drinking.
Just constant, yeah. And citation needed turns out to be every sentence of the book. So I wouldn't. It has to be ruled out from the game because every sentence in this book is a statement. There is no like therefore or let me explain or like.
It's like drinking every time there's a comma.
Yeah.
There is
yeah.
no point,
exactly.
example, explanation.
That's what I said. There's no point, example, explanation. Yeah.
There's me and my friends once played the Legend of Zelda cartoon drinking game, and I don't know if you're younger than I am, so you might not remember this cartoon.
I know the cartoon.
But he in that cartoon, Link had a catchphrase where he would go, "Well, excuse me, princess," and so we would drink every time he said that, and we thought that's. How often could he possibly say it? You know, you'll be drinking once or twice an episode, and it was fucking brutal. He says it so goddamn much.
Yeah, well, that's also Nat's catchphrase to me. So far, the actual violence against rival leftist voices has been rare. Again, he doesn't say non-existent; he says rare. Though cyberbullying, intense harassment, and intimidation has not. Okay. If you're expecting him to detail his own experiences there, you have to remember that would then be an example to explain his point.
Yeah, and also
so we just move on to a different topic now.
It's like it probably wouldn't really demonstrate that point if he's like, you know, people keep calling me Burger King online. That like, look, we got to do something about these horrible harassers. They keep calling me Burger King.
They keep comparing me to Rhys Darby in Flight of the Conchords. They keep on doing it. They keep calling me Beaker in his dad's suit. I can't.
And before you say just call them Nazis, it doesn't work. I tried.
The purpose of this book is to debunk and expose the dangerous pseudo-leftism which Breadtube espouses. Genuine leftism and Marxism is the only way out of the crisis. The primitivist, worker co-op, non-authoritarian society Breadtubers advocate is not really achievable or desirable. The distorted and confused worldview Breadtubers promote ultimately serves the ultra-rich and globalist-oriented factions of the capitalist class.
What? There's so much. How can you pack so much nonsense into one sentence? Oh my god.
Hey, chat.
Oh my god.
My highlighter pen is coming out.
So, I have never been anything but critical of primitivism. As if anything, I've been overly critical of it.
Yeah. Me too. I have on occasion gone on long rants and long angry Twitter threads about it, and disproportionate to how much anyone even really believes in anarcho-primitivism. Yeah.
It's a meme ideology as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. I mean, largely, yeah. Caleb, next time that you're saying that we that we call you an anti-Semite because you say international bankers, no we don't. There's a lot more going on there. But even the word, even just like the word that we say that you say, it's not just international bankers, buddy. It's not just international fucking bankers. While it has very little to do with Marxism, it is highly reminiscent of the occultist worldview of Marilyn Ferguson, a spiritual guru who is highly influential among American intelligence
Wait, hold on.
operatives.
Before we move on from that great sentence, I just had one more point about it. The phrase primitivist worker co-op is a complete oxymoron. It makes no sense.
So I already said this earlier in the stream, but I think that to be more explicit with it, I think that you can make a workable ideology out of the straw man Breadtube ideology that Caleb is describing if you introduce the blockchain into it.
Okay,
I think you can make it work.
Luddite blockchain.
If it's on the blockchain, I think then you can make it work.
I think one of the reasons that I tend to disagree with primitivists is because they disagree. They tend to be flowery about the word civilization. They tend to treat it as though it means different things depending on what they need to argue.
Yes.
But I think one thing that you could not argue with them that is not part of civilization is industry. So how could you have a workers' cooperative within a world without industry? It genuinely boggles the mind.
It genuinely does. While it has very little to do with Marxism, it is highly reminiscent of the occultist worldview of Marilyn Ferguson, a spiritual guru who was highly influential among American intelligence operatives. She served as a spiritual advisor to Al Gore. This book will show that the Breadtube perspective is a mishmash of old, deviant, pessimistic trends among the middle class utilized to combat the socialist movement. I love the bringing up of Marilyn Ferguson. I've never heard of this person before in my life, and I'm very excited to just have like a random person shout it out.
Who is apparently the person we base all of our thoughts on.
Yeah, oh well, that's a good point. I'm being exposed right now as not really reading theory. But like brought up in one sentence and then just dropped again and just moving on. Just like never mind.
He doesn't even explain how it's reminiscent.
Yeah.
He just says it. It reminds me of this. Later.
Yep. I'm gonna change screens so we can have a little look at Marilyn Ferguson. Wikipedia.
Don't ask why. Just trust me, guys. It's
No,
totally
I'm
like
saying
that.
it's the same. I'm saying it's the same thing as they're selling baby parts. They're growing their own baby body parts in labs so that they can sell them on the dark web. You know, it's the same fucking shit.
Yeah.
And you have that sentence and you just let it wash over you, and then you just move on with your life. American author, editor, and public speaker, known for her 1980 book, The Aquarian Conspiracy. Oh, baby. Oh, shit. There's no such thing as coincidences. Huh?
Well, that's
the book
actually
was not
freaking me
explicit.
out because I do use the phrase "there's no such thing as coincidences" in an upcoming video. Caleb just owned me. He owned me, everybody.
No, I was referencing the guy from TikTok, the there is no such thing as coincidences guy.
I thought
not on
that
Marilyn
she coined this term. I thought
no, that would be amazing. If she was, it would be amazing if something that seems like just a natural phrase to reach for when you're doing conspiracy theory shit was like a specific person like had copyrighted it. It was their catchphrase. I have no idea why the fuck he brought this woman up. This is wild.
No.
I guess is she a conspiracy theorist herself? Or she's just a kind of hippy dippy, I guess, is his point. And then Breadtube is also just kind of hippy dippy.
Yeah, it's an example of our deviance.
Yes, right, we're deviant.
Al Gore, right? Like.
Okay. This book will show that the Breadtube perspective is a mishmash of old, deviant, pessimistic trends among the middle class utilized to combat the socialist movement. Great, I can't wait for that. And now we finally begin. Chapter 1. What and who is Breadtube? The nature of the counter-gang. As of this writing, the current Wikipedia article on Breadtube opens by defining it.
No!
Oh boy.
He just starts with the Wikipedia.
Oh boy.
He just goes. Okay, do you remember when the first words of the book were the January 6th uprising will go down in history?
Yes.
And Jess, I said that's such a bad, lazy way to open a book, and Jess was like, Merriam-Webster defines fascism as, and now this is actually what he went for.
Well, at least if you went with Merriam-Webster, you'd have to get out a dictionary.
That's true. I feel like this book at least started as just a Twitter thread. And that's why the jumping around is so pronounced, is that it was tweets. They were separate tweets. And then he just, like, copied it into a document, and then it became a book.
But that's how his other book sounded.
No,
too.
you're right.
And
It's
that
just
was
how his
like
brain
10 years
works.
Ago. Did Twitter even exist then?
It's just, yes, unfortunately.
He's just a bad writer who wants to say things but not back them up, I think is probably what's happening here.
That's true, that's true. If I only read one Maupin book, I would probably come to the conclusion it was a Twitter thread. Right. Opens by defining it this way. Breadtube or LeftTube is a term used to refer to a loose and informal group of online content creators that provide editorial opinions and educational lectures from socialist, communist, anarchist, and other left-wing perspectives. Breadtube creators generally post videos on YouTube that are discussed on other platforms such as Reddit.
Okay.
Breadtube creators are known to participate in a form of algorithmic hijacking. They will choose to focus on the topics discussed by content creators with far-right politics. This enables their videos to be recommended to the same audiences consuming far-right videos and thereby expose a wider audience to their perspective. Fine. Thanks, Wikipedia.
Yep.
That was cool.
Yep, I had no issue with that.
No, that was all good. That was all fine, and I also don't see any of that as an accusation against us. I see that all as being totally fine and normal.
Fairly impartial, yes.
The Wikipedia definition of Breadtube seems to almost confirm the thesis of this book, that Breadtube is an entity that is being used by the more powerful, literal, globalist wing of the Western capitalist power structure to beat back the emerging right-wing opposition. One moment with my highlighter.
Hold up.
Yes. So he read the words that I just read out, and he got from it, I'm right. Breadtube is an op by the Democrat, globalist, liberal. Let me read it again.
You said that he considers communism to be fascism, and in this sentence he seems to confirm that because he explicitly positions the far right, of whom we are algorithmically hijacking,
yes,
according to Wikipedia.
Yes.
That by doing that, by opposing them, we are opposing the resistance to the globalist world order.
Well, it's like a funny thing, right? Because he tries to pretend he's coming from this external perspective and doesn't ally with the right wing here by saying this gangs and counter gangs thing, right? That
right.
there's natural uprisings of people oppressed by some sort of power structure, and then a tactic that intelligence communities will engage in is creating a counter gang against them, who are also ordinary people, but they waste their time fighting each other, and so they never overthrow their overlords, right?
Okay.
But one example that he cites is the Troubles in Ireland, right? Pointing to an analogy that I think is not meant to be lost on his readers, that there are movements of the people that are organic and fighting for their own sovereignty, and then there are fake movements, right? Making the thing he kind of explicitly says, or nearly explicitly says, is that the right-wing part is just as synthetic as Breadtube. And they're just two factions. They're just the working class proxy war of the factions of the ruling class. But the conclusion he's actually leading you to and letting you draw is the right wing uprisings, the right wing militias, January 6th, are all the real working class trying to break free of the capitalist class. And Breadtube exists to waste their time and not let them get on with the revolution.
It's also just fucking infuriating because he spent the whole first introduction talking about how Breadtube may appear on the surface to be anti-fascist or anti whatever, but they're actually secretly far right actors. And then in the second thing, he's like, actually, the far right is good. So the left is right and right is left. All meaning is dissolved.
I mean, at least he hasn't called us post-structuralists yet, while also trying to just dissolve all meaning of all words. Although it's a little bit long, I'm going to reread the Wikipedia quote because I just want to see what it says and then see what he takes from it. It's fascinating, and like you say, I think it confirms that thesis that what he thinks is called communism, everybody else would call fascism. So Wikipedia opens by defining it this way. Breadtube or LeftTube is a term used to refer to a loose and informal group of online content creators that provide editorial opinions and educational lectures from socialist, communist, anarchist, and other left-wing perspectives. The Breadtube creators generally post videos on YouTube that are discussed on other platforms such as Reddit. Breadtube creators are known to participate in a form of algorithmic hijacking. They will choose to focus the topics on the topics discussed by content creators with far-right politics. This enables their videos to be recommended to the same audiences consuming far-right videos and thereby expose a wider audience to their perspective. That's the end of the quote. And then he says, this Wikipedia definition of Breadtube seems to almost confirm the thesis of this book, that Breadtube is an entity that is... Firstly, now I'm interrupting myself so much, but the first line there of the Wikipedia quote, Breadtube or LeftTube is a term used to refer to a loose and informal group. And then he says, Breadtube is an entity.
Yeah. What entity means a loose, informal group?
That's true. That is the
no
main
issues,
way
no notes.
Yeah, that's true. An entity that is being utilized by the more powerful, liberal, globalist wing of the Western capitalist power structure to beat back the emerging right-wing opposition.
Wait a sec as well.
Yes.
More powerful.
Yes.
That is extremely significant.
Yes.
So, Breadtube are on the side of the more powerful party.
Yes.
Regardless of whether you hate fascists or not, you need to understand
that they're the bigger danger.
They're the less powerful. The liberals have the
He said in the introduction.
Power.
He said in the introduction that R. Palm Dutt called social democrats social fascists, and then the next section was titled "Worse than social worse than social democrats or worse than social democracy? More dangerous than social democracy, right?" And so he goes straight from like social democrats are fascists, which he doesn't believe, but R. Palm Dutt said, to Breadtube are worse than social democrats, so worse than fascists. And then in here, he's saying that the liberal side are the more powerful and more dangerous side of the schism within the within the ruling class.
He's explicitly proposing that the socialists should make a liberal fascist bargain. Like he's saying that the emergent far right resistance to the liberal world order it should not be opposed.
Yes. Yes. It is worth examining a few of the major players in the Breadtube universe. So I'm gonna I think like largely try to skip a lot of this stuff because of how much this is focused on like people's personal details, and that's not just. I already said like I would do this. I already said I would do this when Mildred was saying earlier that they'd prefer not to, like not keen on stuff being public. But I was planning to do this for everyone, to be clear, not just for my pal. There are some things I wanted to highlight though. So. And they're just funny to me. So every bit is every section in this is titled with someone's name with their username in the middle, like a mafia gangster. So it says. So the first one is titled Natalie Contrapoints Win, like she's Jimmy the Shoes Palione, like. Then the second, so like that establishes the pattern, and then the second title is Harris Bomber Guy Brewis, which immediately ruins the pattern that he just established, both by getting Harry's name wrong and getting his username wrong. H-Bomb's username isn't Bomber Guy.
No.
And just in case you thought he was maybe being cute, if you'd ever seen Caleb Maupin be cute on purpose, I of course have seen him be cute by accident. I think it's adorable.
Yeah, he's a little ragamuffin.
He's a little scamp. Just in case you thought he was being playful there, the first words of the Harris Bomber Guy Brewis section is Harris Brewis, who uses the internet moniker. And I'm skipping what may or may not be Harry's middle name, which is just like, did he look up Harry's middle name? That's so weird.
He doesn't know his first name.
Um,
Literally gets his first name.
It's
know,
weird until you consider that I think part of his goal here is to spread that information to like
Yep.
the violent fascists in his audience
Yep.
who would do violence to the
Yes.
people mentioned.
Yeah, it does feel like it could be that very deliberately, yes. And then there are people who he clearly has failed in his researching, right? He's been unable to dox, right? But he's put as much detail as he can in. For example, socialism done left, it isn't, first name socialism done left, last name, it's just socialism done left, so he clearly doesn't know that dude's name at all. And then for you, Mildred, I think you were just going by Matt at the time. And my understanding for you is that you go by both now anyway?
I get 2 names. How come your mom lets you have 2 names?
Aw. But yeah, like he clearly failed to find out your last name because it's because your section title is Matt ThoughtSlime. That's the whole section title. And then, do you want to discuss at all what he said in that section, or?
I mean, not that there's some stuff in there that is there's some personal details, but there's definitely stuff he says in there that I think is not like doxing. Like when he talks about how I doubtlessly caused who knows how many people driven to suicide because of my eternal pessimism.
I actually will read a little bit of that if that's okay, but like I do want to say that, and I won't go into it. Won't go into the details of even what is said, but I will say that regarding the doxing, like I do think that of everyone here, kind of did the most despicable shit in your section, and people who know what I'm talking about know what I'm talking about. So this is delightful. So this is delightful, and is the start of his. So he's done his doxing stuff, and then he reaches the start of his failure to keep on doxing with this sentence: no record exists of Matt ever being involved with any anarchist or communist organization or any activism aside from their online comedy screeds.
Yeah, I didn't put those records up. I should have. My Antifa punch card.
Yeah. Well, that's the difference between you and me. A fake online comedy screed artist, and me, a real activist, is that if you go looking in the records of a anarchist, the well-kept records of anarchist organizations, you'll find my name coming up a lot. You'll see my name all over the place there.
Famously, any anarchist or socialist organizing group will publish the names of all of their members online.
Yes. Well, my anarchist group works through the blockchain, so it's actually just publicly available at all times.
Again, I think part of his intent here is to kind of goad me into saying what groups I am involved with, so that they can like know that info and like,
dox you further and target you more. Absolutely.
Or like pass it along to law enforcement.
Yep. All sorts of fucking shit. It's really horrid. Right. So there's no record of you. That's shame on you for not.
Well, how would he know? He doesn't know my last name. I could be in there.
Yeah, I know.
Saying there's never been a Matt who worked in an anarchist organization. Really?
Yeah, that's a good point.
See, the problem is that you didn't make an animated film and like put it up on your YouTube channel as your like introductory video, like explaining all the activism every protest you've ever been to. Every act of like police violence you've ever filmed.
I take it you're aware of Caleb's curriculum vitae video.
Yes.
His channel intro. Okay, good. Which, by the way, changes animators halfway through. I don't know if you noticed that, but clearly the Fiverr animator who he got to animate it, he only did a certain amount, and then he was like, I need more. Because you can see the animation style changes.
You can't fit all of his accomplishments into one Fiverr project. Like, it's just not fair for the animator.
Right. So, Matt's followers tend to target whoever Matt has chosen to unleash their rage on with absurd personal attacks and harassment.
Again,
absurd personal attacks, like showing Caleb saying, Burger King. Oh, jeez. Matt routinely takes the statements that people make out of context, distorts opponents' positions, and makes statements that they most likely realize to be false For example, oh my god, an example! Holy shit, everyone!
Ooh.
A fucking example! For example, Matt has claimed that this writer's father was a Wall Street banker, and that this writer has never criticized the right-wing YouTube channel PragerU. Among
So
other
I
statements...
said neither of those things.
I'm shocked.
I can tell you the context for both of them. I said, someone in chat once said that his dad was a banker.
Okay.
And I merely said, someone in chat is saying this. I don't know if it's true. And the thing that I said that he'd never criticized PragerU, what I said was that he's never been a guest on PragerU. And then I paused for comedic effect and said, yet.
How is that? That's practically the opposite statement. Okay. Here we go. Among other statements that are obviously inaccurate and could be debunked by a simple Google search. We just debunk them without even having to Google search. Oh wait. Oh no. Your statement's about him. Oh no.
Oh no.
Matt's videos tend to fixate on things like slime, feces, genitalia,
Correct.
and other things deemed to be ugly.
Genitals are famously ugly. People hate looking at those fucking things.
Yeah, I just had some tattooed on my body for the rest of my life earlier today because I think they're extremely ugly. Matt's channel is much like the Netflix show 13 Reasons Why, in that it appears to be sympathetic to the mentally ill. It more or less, while it appears to be sympathetic to the mentally ill, it more or less encourages and enables people to fixate on their depressed, rageful, and suicidal feelings, wallowing in self-pity, anger, and hopelessness.
Absolutely. That is my whole thing.
Yeah.
I'm always telling people to feel worse. Yeah.
I'm just trying to imagine being this red man and watching around the time that this came out, right? You had a couple things. One of them was like a video where you were talking very, very, very seriously depressed about your about the futileness of about not feeling like you were useful
about
people.
having imposter syndrome. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That was it. And then you paused that video and came on and were like, "This is how I was feeling." And then I stopped feeling that way and turned things around, and it's okay. I do wonder if he watched about a minute of that video.
Well,
and then stop.
The thing is, and he will bring this up later to kind of cover his bases, but even in that video, I started it off with a content warning about how hey, this might be a bit much for some people, and if you're prone to mental illness, it might be hard for you to watch for that reason. So to even suggest that video, even if you only watched that part, I warned you. I warned you not to do this.
Exactly. That's exactly what content warnings are for. That's I'm gonna do a video about surveillance fairly soon, and I'm gonna be putting a content warning on it, because content warning, in case you are prone to paranoid feelings or mental illness that causes delusion, I'm going to be describing something that could trigger those feelings. In the surveillance, in the video I'm planning about surveillance, I'm going to raise very pointedly, it's a big and shocking feeling, and it's why most people avoid it most of the time, which is a huge part of how the surveillance state continues to spread itself and expand all the time, to think about the question, am I being listened to right now? Thinking about that question is absolutely terrifying, and because of that, people try to avoid thinking about it, right? Fairly, but that, drives people into this space of cognitive dissonance, right? And that's what content warnings are for. And if you just see someone put a content warning on something and then you just breeze straight past it and you're like, this person is trying to trigger mental health episodes. This person is trying to make everyone depressed and hopeless. I don't know.
It's I get emails every month. It happens so often that it is routine for me at this point, of people telling me that something I said made them reconsider suicide.
That makes sense based on the content that you make. It's very powerful.
And I don't say that to inure myself from criticism. I
No.
think, but it is to say that like, to just suggest willy-nilly that like I'm doing something it's ghoulish, I think, to suggest that because I spoke about my own mental illness,
Yes.
frankly, and like tried to show myself living with it, that means I am like wallowing in it. Like it's a very judgmental way to look at mental illness. Like,
I think ghoulish is exactly the word that you should use.
It's
But
incredibly
unfortunately,
cruel.
ghouls and goblins and bugbears are all aesthetics that the working class are trying to escape.
my mistake.
So that's
It's incredibly ghoulish and cruel, and honestly seems like something targeted to like deeply hurt you personally, regardless of like what.
it's hard.
else,
It's
right?
only in there to make you
it's a
feel bad.
foul thing.
Yeah, but
It's
it
horrible.
also it is so clumsily executed that it doesn't.
Yeah.
Like it's like the thing that whenever I think about this, I always think about the fact that like, wait a minute, I should be way madder about this than I actually am. Because it's just so like poorly done.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
yeah.
It's like a kid following you around the cafeteria being like, fight me, fight me,
Yeah.
Yeah.
fight me, and it's just like anyone else kind of, physically threatening you, it would be an alarming thing, but it's just pathetic. This begs a fair question. How many of Matt's mostly teenage and largely transgender audience have actually
Incorrect
committed
on both
suicide
counts, by the way.
Huh?
Incorrect on both counts.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Yeah, I don't know where he's getting the... But then, okay, citation needed. Shockingly. Have actually committed suicide after stewing with Matt for hours on their dark feelings. The answer, of course, is unknown. So I would like to raise it one more time. How many times has Caleb Maupin taken a big, sloppy diarrhea dump in the middle of his well-carpeted apartment where his cats play?
And how many people
and
have
just left
seen
it
him
there.
take this dump and, as a result, tragically taken their own life?
That's true. And we're not just talking about audience members here. How many times has his building super come by and said, Caleb, we've had another complaint, and the door just swings open, leaving the super making eye contact with Caleb as he squats over the middle of his shag carpet plush piled rug.
It leads to the fair question, I think. Does he roll around in it and say, oink, oink, I'm a little piggy?
I mean, that is a fair... honestly, like, when we don't know how many times he's done that and the results that him doing exactly those things have had on people,
Well, there's no way
it
you
is a
can't
fair
say.
question to ask that.
It's a fair question to ask. I will give him this, though. He is, in hindsight, very right about me being scatological, it seems.
It's just funny. I'm sorry, Caleb. Matt is kind enough to often provide a trigger warning in front of their more depressed or grotesque screeds. But again,
I put it in front of almost all of my videos, in
Yeah,
fact.
yeah.
I think I have more videos with content warnings than videos without content warnings.
No, I mean, I'm not, like, I don't go, like, I'm not probably as on it as I should be with content notes. I try to include them as often as possible, but, like, we've been recording Cringe Corner, and then, specifically the QAnon, the Q-angle one, it's like, because I've spent my time exposing myself to awful, awful brainworms, you then publish a video, and you have a little thing where you're like, hey everyone, just quick warning, like there's a lot of really bad transphobia in this video. And I'm like, what is this? This is unnecessary. And I'm like, oh, this isn't unnecessary. Other people, no, this is completely valid.
Yeah.
I'm just like, oh, other people have normal brains that they haven't poisoned with the Q angle and Cryptoland and Wim Hof and Andrew Tate.
And again, like it's just like I don't think it would be difficult to come up with legitimate criticisms of my videos. And the thing he seems to have landed on is that I am like too depressed.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
this
Yeah.
is like
Yeah.
I don't like my jokes are my videos are full of jokes and goofs. Like I don't there are a lot of things. I don't think they're depressing, you know?
yeah. It's not really the feature I would pick out. Someone's like, describe ThoughtSlime videos in one word, go, you know, yeah. It is fascinating, and it does tie into a wider thing, which is like, whenever I think that Caleb is trying to criticize Breadtube in any capacity, I think, what a ridiculous and terrible job you've done. What an awful job of doing this thing you have done. Like, I will include some criticisms of Breadtube in my Conspiracy on the Left video to just emphasize the point that it's actually just incredibly easy to criticize Breadtube if you want to.
Yeah,
including,
it's really worthwhile.
Including,
right?
yeah, including some pretty like glaring issues that, you know, you could take like serious umbrage with if you wanted and go like, hey, this is actually, you know, a problem. For example, like that we don't promote enough action. And what I've done about it is I've made my work about that thing, you know?
But Caleb thinks it's actually
but too much action is actually that's true. That's true.
What are the
That's a good
odds that in this book he does not at any point like complain about how Breadtube is like fully white? Like, what do you think that like over under on that one?
Yeah. I would say I'm not taking that bet because he absolutely does not raise that. There's no way that he raises that. No, but that's what I mean. Like, if you're trying to look for criticisms of Breadtube, it's honestly pretty easy. Breadtube is too white is a pretty, you know, a pretty well discussed one. Breadtube's politics are too moderate even would be a pretty easy one to like just honestly just walk it up to the net and dunk it easily. You could go like, most people here are basically promoting just like social democracy shit and don't really have clear answers, and often for fear of scaring away their more liberal audience refuse to state the clear answers they're saying and things like this. Like, it's fair to say all those things.
And specifically don't talk about imperialism, right? Because it's complicated and they're not educated on it, and like, you know, there's lots to say about like imperialism and leftist education. Yeah.
No, it's a funny thing because I wound up with having to have two bits back to back where I say, if you wanted to criticize Breadtube, here are a bunch of criticisms. And the last one is exactly what you just raised. No, there really isn't a good covering of geopolitics and imperialism in Breadtube.
Which, again, if the thesis of your book is that Breadtube serves imperialism, it seems that would be something you'd want to focus on.
But then, because of that, then I have to make the next section a whole bit where I'm just like, just for the record, I understand imperialism. Like, just for the record, Caleb, in case you're seeing this, I understand what imperialism is and make it a huge part of my work to criticize imperialism specifically.
It is worth noting at this point that he hasn't talked about imperialism at all, and except for, I guess, Ireland and Kenya, right?
Well, it's because imperialism is a Caleb unique dog whistle. Right. Now, this is an interesting thing,
That's what I was
right?
just going to say.
Yeah.
To him, what he said so far, what he's saying so far is that not standing up against imperialism means standing up against the fascist side of the ruling class fight within the US.
Yep. Yes. Because what he thinks is communism is actually fascism. That's what I'm saying. Like, but the dog whistle thing, right?
Yeah.
He uses globalists here. In previous things, he's used international bankers and called his book fucking Satan at the Fountainhead. All this shit, right? The way he uses imperialism is this really specific dog whistle because the only person
anti-globalism.
Yes, exactly. Well, no, sorry. Imperialism, he means globalism.
Right.
Yes.
Yes.
Or globalism.
Right. Even in his Satan at the Fountainhead video, remember, right? He said, like...
You mean book. You just called the book a video.
Yes. He's like, globalization, that's like, you know, the normal word that doesn't necessarily have all the bizarre, like, anti-Semitic connotations. And then he's like, what some, like, right-wing people call globalism.
Yes, exactly.
And so now he's just fully transitioned to just using globalism, like.
So what I wanted to say is that specific point, right? He uses imperialism, and he means globalism. And I've seen him say this. This is a really interesting quote that I think about a lot. He said he would never disavow another anti-imperialist. That's fascinating to me, right? Because he's defined everyone on Breadtube as being an imperialist. Like, he has defined that. He hasn't done the research, he doesn't know what he's talking about, but it doesn't matter anyway because that's not actually his purpose, right? He's not trying to explain that we're imperialists, he's trying to explain that we're imperialists.
Yeah.
And he's an anti-imperialist.
Yeah.
And he's looking around the room at anyone else who might be interested, and he's saying to them, I'll never disavow another anti-imperialist, right? And he's hoping that they catch on to what he's talking about. And I think they have, because fucking look at the back of this book. Max Blumenthal has a quote on the back of this book. George Galloway on the back of this book, right? He has successfully communicated that he wants this red-brown alliance, and the conspiracy theory grift on the left has really started to take off with a shared audience. I'm getting way too into like what my video central thesis is now, but like this is it. Like the way he uses imperialism is this really specific thing, right?
I think there's also like a sense of things that seem like non sequiturs make sense when you read them through this lens, like the way that he focuses on the fact that my videos are ugly.
Yes.
Is like a kind of like cultural degeneracy narrative that like, if you believe that, you know, we're the globalist pawns of the globalist elite, we're part of this like conspiracy to make culture worse, to like weaken the nation.
We're part of a mishmash of old, deviant, pessimistic trends among the middle class utilized to combat the socialist movement.
Doesn't he say something about like a 90s goth aesthetic? Like obviously like really?
That's hilarious.
For Mildred, right? I thought
we've done that section now, so if I didn't read it out, then no.
It's just like not true, and also like who are you talking to that's such a weird description.
This is again, so I'm trying not to do too much of the reading out the personal details where he's trying to dox everyone as much as possible. But this is from the section on Destiny, which is fascinating because, as noted, Destiny wouldn't call himself Breadtube. Nobody would call Destiny Breadtube. Even with how hazy an understanding of what Breadtube is, even, no one would call Destiny Breadtube. But this is the final paragraph of the section about Destiny. It should be noted that the author of this book's entire introduction to the Breadtube universe came from an invitation to debate Stephen Destiny Bonnell. Bonnell was entirely blown away by this writer's citing of actual data in defense of the existing socialist countries, and the debate resulted in a huge expansion of his social media following. I think he means his own. I think Caleb means Caleb Maupin's social media following. Bonnell approached the debate in a very smug manner, assuming that nowhere had socialist central planning ever. Shit, this dude's sentences are a mess. Bonnell assuming that nowhere had socialist central planning ever had economic successes. Amid the debate, at one point, Stephen sputtered out the phrase, "What does life expectancy prove?" revealing a darker Malthusian undertone in his worldview. And I just find this kind of interesting because actually, like, honestly, I'm still kind of like 50-50 over whether I will say this or something similar to it in the video when I write the video. But like, when you do watch his debates with debate bros, like, this is a hard thing to do, so congrats to them. And I wouldn't usually compliment debate bros, but they do make Caleb look much smarter than them.
Yeah.
And that's a hard thing to pull off. But like, for example, Vorsch's definition of fascism would label the entirety of China as fascist, which is patently absurd. Like, authoritarian, fine. Like,
sure.
The government of China, authoritarian, fine. But the whole of China, fascist, what the fuck are you talking about?
Like,
and then by contrast,
when the state takes control of
capitalism,
so that's just every country.
Vorsch's definition was, when the state controls capitalism, that's fascism.
That's what states are for. That is the definition of a state.
It's pretty bad, yeah. Well,
That's what states are for.
states are for mediating the tensions in the class struggle in favor of the ruling class, but
Yeah, which
not
means-
controlling. I mean,
Yeah,
it's splitting hairs. Yeah,
we
it's
don't have
whatever.
undergraduate sociology degrees, so
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. We aren't as well qualified as Vorsh.
we could be missing some of the nuances there,
And
for
then
sure.
by contrast, Caleb goes into like a hyper economics focused mode to explain in a like a live stream that Caleb did with Peter Coffin and their partner to explain what fascism really is. Caleb goes into this whole thing about how like every fascist leader comes in and does a bunch of authoritarian shit and a bunch of characteristic things you can point to in service of stabilizing capitalism, which is like not,
Yeah. Yeah.
it's not wrong. It's also much better than Vorsh's just watered down piss definition of what fascism is.
Still pretty myopic.
But it's
I would
missing
say,
a lot,
yeah.
right? Yeah, it's myopic is a great term to use, and it helped me figure out something that definitely will be a part of the video, which is like realizing that Caleb's content does have like a unique appeal to some people, because basically there isn't a widespread audience of people discussing theory in highly jargonistic economist style terms, which, I'm not saying that there should be. I'm not trying to say therefore we should do that to stop Caleb having an audience and we should all become like theory wonks.
No.
But it was interesting to like figure out that there is an appeal beyond just like you're someone who hates Breadtube, so you want to watch the guy who hates Breadtube. Like there is
think
something
also-
that people could actually like about what he does.
I think also the fact that he takes himself so seriously, the very thing that like we like to make fun of about him, like gives him a certain air of gravitas to the type of person who's never heard someone string together a sentence before.
This is driving me towards reading from what I've written in my script already. So let me just do it. I'm just gonna give a little preview of my script here.
Oh no, he's gonna like pre-respond to your video before it's even done.
Then I'll change it. That's fine.
I'll be right back. I just have to use the washroom real quick.
Okay. Yeah. So to respond to what Mildred just said there. Oh, I'm in the wrong folder. And to follow on from the idea of Caleb having like Caleb has a certain kind of appeal, right? One gets the sense watching enough Maupin that his audience are probably a bit older on average than Breadtube's. It's in the way he talks. Like, he wants to emulate being an expert on something. That's why he dresses like that, right? Like, it's this aesthetic of intellectualism where he thinks... where he's dressing for the job he wants, but the people he idolizes are all grifting shitbergs who he thinks are geniuses, so he's accidentally dressing like exactly what he is, a snake oil salesman. He takes himself incredibly seriously, but he doesn't want to put the effort into making his own work more suited to the medium, which creates this kind of naive feeling to it, which is why he simultaneously looks really old and really young, which I guess is why there's such a bring your child to work day energy about him. That's a paragraph from the script. And, like, that is it. Like, he takes himself so seriously while having no thought or care to, like, making the thing he's communicating through, a YouTube video, not look like a Zoom call where your dad is yelling at you because he lost his glasses on his head again. Right? Mm-hmm. I love your video already, and I've heard only one paragraph. Well, thank you very much, Anemic Bloodhunter. Yeah. He is a guy in his dad's suit. It's just like, it is that. Like, he's just really... Oh, God. I think this is what's hard about it, right? Is that he basically puts out this incredibly naive aesthetic, right? Which is also just... plainly just stupid. Like, it's just like he fails at being a journalist. He doesn't cite any of his claims, and he's constantly bombarding you with shit. And if you think that his aims are what he's stated his aims are, then it's very laughable because he's ridiculous. He's a ridiculous, like, he's failing at writing. He can't write for shit. He can't cite anything. He's not a journalist. He's just a clown. But why would you assume that his, what he says are his goals, right? Like, in the same way as, like, if you assume this is a book to criticize Breadtube, then it's a very bad book to criticize Breadtube. But if, as Mildred just pointed out, like, it's a book where he publishes the details of a bunch of Breadtubers, right, while also winking to everybody else about imperialism and anti-imperialism and globalists, right? Yeah. Then you understand a much more sinister thing that he's trying to do.
It says that fascists in America don't exist and aren't a problem, but also Breadtubers are probably fascists.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And by all means, also, I invite you to apply the same lens to us. Yeah. Ask yourself, is what we are saying and doing consistent with our stated values?
Yes. Like, when we set out to do something, and you're understanding that as the goal, right? Do we successfully do it? Like, do the politics of the Resident Evil series, where you can see that I might be spending more time educating people on real world politics, you might go, oh shit, Sophie has another agenda here. And then you look at the real agenda and you're like, oh right, Sophie wants some, like, ignorant pig shit gamers to understand what the real world is like and understand politics from the real world. That's the most, like, sinister agenda you can tease out. And I'm also very explicit about it all the time. Like, I say when asked, like, what my job is, I'm like, oh, I'm trying to make gamers stop being Nazis. But yeah, I think it's that thing that's been observed a lot of times, that, like, conspiracy grifters have to create a world around them of foolishness and failure at journalistic rigor, failure at fact-checking, so that anyone who does wind up following them follows them religiously because they...
It's a self-selecting.
Because it's self-selection bias, exactly. It's like the Nigerian prince email, and only someone very stupid would click on it, and it's full of fucking spelling errors.
Right.
Like this attention with 4 T's, right? Like, it's full of spelling errors. There's a spelling error in the bit he wrote about himself. Where is it? It's like, and has been involved many struggles for social justice. And has been involved many struggles for social justice. Right? And has been involved many struggles for social justice. It's self-selection bias.
Right.
He wants...
For or against, do you think?
It's like, like he's saying...
Well, according to the video and his channel intro video, where he is smiling, holding up a cell phone while he's recording 2 black women getting brutalized by the police, it's very hard to tell.
but it's like you say, like he obviously, like, he talks about and tries to present himself as taking himself very seriously. He obviously does take himself very seriously, and yet all of his, like, actual work is incredibly, like, this is incredibly, like, unrigorous.
Which is why I have to conclude that he convinces himself of the stuff.
He must do.
He must believe in the stuff, but, like...
But it does make me think, like, how did he have a career as a journalist, like, full stop? Like...
Well, like, journalist in heavy scare quotes.
Yeah, like...
But I think also, like, that is why, of all of the things I've said about him, the one that bothers him the most is Burger King, because it makes him look silly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Silly in a way that he understands as well, because, like, obviously, to be clear, he looks silly all the time.
Silly.
Absolutely,
yes.
Yeah.
It's so embarrassing for him to, like, get flustered by it.
He's a deeply unserious person.
Yeah.
But I do think that the unseriousness is... I think it's evolved. I guess I don't know whether he's done it on purpose, because I don't know whether, again, to bring up the gold standard, I don't know whether Alex Jones has done everything on purpose as such. I just know that he is this way, and it has these results, right? And I don't know to what degree, right? For example...
planning his outfits based on trying to...
Yeah, but I don't know whether Alex Jones says something... says, like, Obama and Hillary both smell like sulfur. People who've been around them say that they smell like sulfur. When you get near to them, it's because they are actual demons. Like, he doesn't say that shit. Like, does he... Oh, I've been watching way too many. Way too many, right? But he doesn't say. Does Alex Jones say that because he is creating a self-selection bias where only people who are deeply invested in biblical literalism and also are really stupid and not good at analytical thinking and fact-checking will keep on watching him?
Or is it just
Or are all those things true, but he doesn't do it on purpose? Right? Like, that's what I mean. That's the same thing that I'm ultimately completely futilely pondering over with Caleb Maupin, because it's the exact same thing, where it doesn't matter, does it? Like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. That said, the spelling errors is something that they point out about the Nigerian prince email and how self-selection bias works. And there are spelling errors on the outside of the book. Before you even go in the book, it's bad. So the final part of the Who and What Are Breadtube chapter is about Dr. Steve Hassan. Do you know about this, Mildred?
I do not know. Is this some sort of like Hassan and Destiny doing a fusion dance type scenario?
And they gain a doctorate by coming together.
They're more than the sum of their parts, not unlike a fusion. Yeah.
I'll just tell you then. One figure who is definitely not part of the Breadtube universe, but certainly lurks in the background of discussions about deprogramming, is psychologist Dr. Steve Hassan. Would it shock you to learn that Dr. Steve Hassan is Jewish?
It would shock me to learn almost anything about this man, because I've never heard of him before.
Because every time that Caleb Maupin points a finger, a Jewish person is on the other end of it. Over the course of many decades, Hassan has carved out for himself the position as America's leading cult expert. His books on what he calls cult mind control are widely circulated, and he appears on CNN, MSNBC, and other TV outlets that don't let me on, and I'm really mad about it.
Back up.
Yes?
I guarantee this person said some shit about Lyndon LaRouche. I guarantee it. That is why because Lyndon LaRouche is a cult leader, a red-brown cult leader, who Caleb Maupin has ties with.
Yes.
I guarantee what is this guy's name? Dr. Stephen Hassan?
Yes. With two S's in Hassan. I've already read a little bit of this section before, and I personally think the reason he's mad is because Dr. Steve Hassan said that MAGA was a cult and that MAGA fans would need deprogramming, basically. Oh shit, Hype Train, thanks everyone. That's so cool. Yeah, I think it's the MAGA thing, but I wouldn't be surprised if Dr. Hassan has also said something about Lyndon LaRouche, because when I read the paragraph out just now, chat, what I'm referring to when I say the people he idolizes are all grifting shitbugs who he thinks are geniuses, so he's accidentally dressing exactly like what he is, a snake oil salesman, right? I'm talking about Lyndon LaRouche. Like, I think that, again, like, we don't have to get into the question of, like, do you mean to do this? Are you just like this with LaRouche? But, like, because it doesn't matter. But I do think that Caleb Maupin completely idolizes LaRouche. I think he completely...
Absolutely.
He absolutely buys what LaRouche is selling. And so that's part of why I don't think that he is a purely cynical... I don't think he's totally aware of himself, is what I'm trying to say, really, I guess. Because he does buy LaRouche's bullshit. And, and that's why he is the way he is. Did you find any Dr. Steve Hassan versus LaRouche?
I found him making like references to Lyndon LaRouche is in books about the MAGA cult.
Right.
But I
mean, that would do it, right? Like, that would be enough.
Yeah. I suppose.
Let me check Caleb's list of books he's read to see if he actually read any of Dr. Steve Hassan's books. If you're wondering, in case anybody missed this part of the stream, there is a bibliography in this book. No citations directly to things that are said and then they come from this book, but there is a bibliography, so it just serves as a list of books I read by Caleb, aged 12.
No, you don't understand. The bibliography is not where you're supposed to put any text that you disagree with. You're only supposed to put all the books that you fully agree with, and you think that everyone should.
No, that's not true, because he cites Hannah Arendt, who is the only member of the Frankfurt School who he mentions as being CIA-funded anti-Marxist. I wonder why. Could it be that every time that Caleb points a finger, a Jewish person is on the other end of it? Could it be? I wonder. Here you go. He has read, according to his bibliography at least, Combating Cult Mind Control 1988 by Dr. Hassan. But he hasn't read The MAGA Cult. I think is it called The MAGA Cult?
Yeah.
Yeah. He hasn't read that one. Anyway, I do want to read a bit more of this stuff. So, his books on what he calls cult mind control are widely circulated, and he appears on CNN and MSNBC and other TV outlets as an expert on the topic of brainwashing. As a 19-year-old, Steve Hassan was recruited into the Unification Church, Moonies. This is an anti-communist religious cult imported to the United States by the US CIA to... I abbreviated there. He wrote the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency, and that's why I ended up saying U.S. CIA, but he means, the CIA anyway. It was just weirdly written, so I said it weirdly. Thank you, Gola from below. Everything about how this book is formatted makes me cringe. You can have my copy when I'm done if you want. And then you can cringe for days on end. I'll post it to you. To work against the growth of communist organizations on college campuses.
So
yes,
it seems that he brings this up to suggest that his background in this church makes him like biased against communists. But that would be ignoring the context that he then spent the rest of his life combating cults who use the same tactics because he's fundamentally opposed to what they're doing. So I don't think he supports the Moonies. Yeah,
it's pretty interesting. So basically, Dr. Steve was raised in a so Wikipedia describes it as raised as a conservative Jew, but conservative Judaism is like a part within Judaism where like in many cases it's not just being conservative and also being Jewish, to be clear.
Yeah, clearly he's had a unique experience, or particular experience.
Yeah, like I saw Dr. Steve talking about this a bit, like his experiences with how oppressive his religious environment were there. Were a big part of why he was then completely primed to be brainwashed by the Moonies. But
that's really interesting.
Yeah. So he was raised in that environment, and then at age 19, fell in with the Unification Church. And it's just like, I don't know. Like you say, Mildred, it's just ignoring the context. It's just a really bizarre. It's just a really bizarre thing to just say. He was in this anti-communist cult.
Again, it's bizarre if your intent is to look at what is true, but if you want to create the narrative that he is an anti-communist, then you can point out that he has a background with this anti-communist group without mentioning that he now like dedicated his life to combating that group. Like,
well, there's a really interesting thing here, which is like a picture, which he doesn't actually explain what the picture was, which is great, and I don't think he actually explains what a picture is for most of this book. But there's the picture for those who are wondering on stream. But the caption says, the rise of religious cults such as the Unification Church during the 1970s was intentionally fomented by US intelligence to counter the influence of Marxist-Leninist groups on college campuses. And again, in my video, I'm going to have a section which is called, What About When Conspiracy Theories Are True? Or something to that effect. Because, like, part of what's going on here is a weird convalescence that is referred to in academic literature about conspiracy theories by the name stigmatized knowledge, right? Both like something like leftist theory, which is absolutely true, and something like jet fuel can't melt steel beams, which is absolutely not true, are both stigmatized knowledge because for different reasons, existing power structures and people who act as gatekeepers to knowledge and education don't want people to have that knowledge, right? But crucially, it is
the
different
globalists,
reasons.
yeah.
Huh? The globalists, yes. Yeah, the globalists, that's right. I just wish that Caleb Maupin said globalists the way that Alex Jones says globalists, because I've become used to it, and now I prefer it, which is that Alex Jones says globalists. He says globalists.
Globalists.
And I just wish everyone would say globalists. Makes me think of Helagabalus. Anyway, yeah, it's an interesting thing, right? That this idea, again, I'm saying idea here because I don't necessarily doubt, to do with counterintelligence from the CIA, but he hasn't given a citation or any sources. So without looking into it further, I don't want to sign off on all of it being true, right? Or all of it not being true. That's the fucking problem when you write like this, Caleb. That the CIA were promoting cult growth on college campuses deliberately to stop people from being Marxist-Leninists, right? It's a pretty interesting, firstly, he's ignoring that they equally don't want, the CIA equally don't want people to be anarchists. But that would go against his
I don't think
narrative.
he would believe that, though.
Yeah, that's true.
I think he would definitely view anarchists as controlled opposition, for sure.
They're one of the cults. They're one of the cults that
Of course, yeah.
the CIA is promoting, as we can see with Breadtube right now. Because obviously we promote anarcho-primitivism, market socialism on the blockchain with state violence against anyone we don't like.
And genocide, getting population control, all of that stuff is the stuff that we famously love.
Yeah. But I think it's interesting to see him bringing up the idea that cults are promoted, the growth. What is it he says? The rise is intentionally fomented by U.S. intelligence to counter Marxist-Leninists. He's on the edge of something there, is what I'm saying. He's on the edge of the fact that it can be hard to tell if you're inside it and your education has entirely come from people who are also inside it, right? It can be hard to tell how the cultic milieu works. And furthermore, it can be hard to tell the difference between people who are trying to give you an education based on stigmatized knowledge because it's true, like leftists, and people who are trying to give you an education based on stigmatized knowledge because they want someone to sweep the floor of their Scientology temple. Blah, 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 blah. Right. In the 1970s, many young people were involved in protesting the Vietnam War and in support of black liberation. College campuses were a hotbed of recruitment for the Revolutionary Union, now the Revolutionary Communist Party, Youth Against War, and Fascism, youth wing of... Wait, what? Oh, against... Oh my god, it's just the formatting of this goddamn book. Okay, I will try again. Recruitment for the Revolutionary Union. Youth Against War and Fascism. The Young Workers' Liberation League, and other anti-imperialist and revolutionary organizations. The Unification Church, a strange religious sect that worshipped a Korean pastor named Sun Myung Moon, had begun rapidly expanding in the United States during the 1970s. The group believed Moon was the new messiah sent to Earth to unify the Christians of the world in a global crusade against communism. Moon's cult had started in coordination with Korean intelligence as a way of deprogramming Marxist political prisoners and student activists. The Moonies became infamous for their predatory nature. They financially exploited members, demanding they hand over all their possessions and spend each waking hour as unpaid laborers raising funds for the group.
So all this is really just still trying to frame...
Yeah.
So he'll go on to say in a second, well, no, I don't want to give away what he's going to say in a second, but yes, he's trying to frame everything Steve Hassan has done since then as the same as what he was doing then, as opposed to him seeing what it's like to be in a cult and how hard it is to get out of a cult and how scary it is, and then a whole career built on trying to stop that from happening to other people. Steve Hassan admits that the cult he spent roughly 2 years as an active member of was set up by American intelligence. In his appearance on the podcast of Jordan Harbinger, he said, post-World War II, Korean War, South Korea was very unstable.
Can I just point something out?
Yes.
The longtime Slimeheads may remember that my second video was about my problematic history with pickup artistry.
Oh, shit.
Jordan Harbinger, by the way, the former runner of the Pickup podcast, just to Thought I'd throw
Oh,
that one out
fuck.
there. Yeah.
Dr. Steve, what are you doing on there? He said, post-World War II, Korean War, South Korea was very unstable. North Korea is a version of what it is today, and some people in military intelligence in the United States decided, well, the North Koreans are brainwashing, we need to create a program in South Korea to stabilize the regime. They taught the South Korean president, you need to set up a Korean CIA, we'll help you. And they set up a re-education program for dissidents in South Korea, and they decided to use a front person so it was not looking like a government operation, and it was the Moonies that were chosen to do that. The Moonies had, nobody knows why or how, the patents for manufacturing M16 rifles and other American military hardware. Why? Because America was leaving Vietnam. Still the height of the Cold War, we have to stop the commies. And then somebody said, let's bring the Moonies to the United States and set up counter-communist programs on college campuses. And that's where I got recruited. I was sent to fast for Nixon during Watergate because God loves Nixon. God wants Nixon. The US government has never acknowledged the existence of these things. They don't want to talk about it. So I would say that openly exposing an anti-communist cult that it was propped up by the CIA. And I don't say this signing off on everything else that Dr. Steve has ever done in his life, but that on its own is kind of based. And you'd think would agree with the goals of a serious communist who wears serious suits.
An anti-imperialist.
Like Caleb Maupin. Yeah, anti-imperialist.
You would think,
exactly.
yeah.
He's literally exposing their crimes in other countries, even.
Their crimes on him personally.
Yes. As a young man,
the idea being here that you were supposed to read this and go, oh, you cannot trust what this man says because of his background, but also the source on this claim is this guy I'm telling you cannot trust.
Yeah, it's good. It's a good time. But like, why would he tell you all about that if? Okay. It's just the Alex Jones thing again. It's just you got just a series of statements. I've got hiccups now. I hate this.
But
you get
this
just a
type of
series of
argument-
statements, and they're all tests, and he's just testing you, and then you'll self-select out if you're capable of critical thinking.
I think there's also like something to be said for the fact that like sometimes just having a lot of evidence, regardless of what the substance of that evidence is, reads to people as compelling.
Yes. Absolutely.
Yes. No, absolutely. But so this is one of the tenets of conspiracy research. There are 4 tenets for an emerging field. What's it? Karen Douglas, I think, is the paper. And it's conspiracy theories are universal, consequential, emotional, and social. Right. So universal, like you might think that there's a political tendency or a demographic or whatever that are more likely to believe in conspiracy theories. There aren't. It's actually universal. It's consequential, right? This is how you tell the difference between someone who just entertains the possibility of like JFK was killed by the deep state or whatever, and versus someone who we'd call a conspiracy theorist is when it's consequential, like they live in another reality and that has consequences on their behavior. And then the last 2, right? That it's emotional and social, right? It is emotional, like it looks a lot of the time like we're dealing with people who care about facts. It looks like we're dealing with people who are engaging in analytical thinking because they keep on saying facts all the time. But it's an emotional belief that they are stacking facts on top of, because the more facts are on top of the emotional belief, the more disguised it is as a a rational belief. Right?
It's
You'd
a
have to get
particular
rid of all
type
the facts.
of Gish Gallop, I think.
Yeah.
Because any one of their bits of evidence can be disputed. You can take any one of them in isolation and go like, here's why what they're saying is wrong, and you can do that for literally all of them.
Yes.
But when you say them all together, even though each one is individually wrong, and if called on any one of them, they will admit as such.
Yes.
They will still nonetheless go like, but doesn't it suggest this greater truth?
Yes, exactly. But then he also doesn't do that. He just lets his audience come to that the conclusions he wants them to come to by placing facts in front of them, which is really gross and manipulative. Okay. As a young man rising up the ranks of the Moonies, Hassan eventually got into a car accident, and in the hospital his parents were able to lure him away from the group to their home, where he was successfully deprogrammed by other former members. Eventually, I'm doing that because Maupin puts deprogrammed in quotes every time here, because he doesn't believe it's a real thing, which is healthy and good. Eventually, Hassan got involved with the Cult Awareness Network, an organization run by Ted Patrick. Hassan worked with Patrick's organization, which charged lots of money to families for the service of kidnapping relatives believed to be in Moonies or other groups labeled as cults.
So wait, hold up. So now
Yes.
you're saying it's bad to get people out of the Moonies.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Yeah.
Just
So the Moonies are bad, which is proof that Hassan is bad, but also not being in the Moonies is bad. And getting other people out of the Moonies is bad.
there's just nothing this man believes. He just says words. It's all wind.
Conspiracy beliefs are emotional. It's an intuitive reasoning thing. You're just putting the facts on in order to feel better about the things you believe. Eventually, Hassan got involved with the Cult Awareness Network, an organization run by Ted Patrick. Hassan worked with Patrick's organization, which charged lots of money to families for the service of kidnapping relatives believed to be in Moonies or other groups labeled as cults. Affiliates of the Cult Awareness Network are widely accused of having held these young legal adults against their will and deprogrammed them. Individuals who were deprogrammed by Patrick and his associates testified that the deprogramming sessions involved brutal interrogations, sleep deprivation, and the very techniques the cults were accused of using. Hassan has admitted that he was involved in involuntary deprogramming, but has not gone into detail about this. Ted Patrick...
So again, these are activities that he was involved in, like, right after coming out of a cult, presumably having some desperate feelings and being in a messed up situation. So that's, you know, that's a way to take that, I guess.
Well, that could also mean anything from I spoke to someone when they asked me to stop to I kidnapped someone. And by framing it as though, like, you describe that this group kidnaps people, and then you say, also he said this, it's a...
Right, it doesn't say he actually was involved.
Well, Ted Patrick was convicted of kidnapping and false imprisonment in 1980 after he and other members of the Cult Awareness Network, the organization with which Steve Hassan was affiliated, kidnapped a 26-year-old waitress in Tucson, Arizona. Kidnapping and false imprisonment were both very serious crimes. You can just picture Caleb talking down to his fucking phone front camera in his lap to his boomer audience.
Both very serious crimes, and it doesn't sound like Steve Hassan is a...
No, he was affiliated with the group that did it.
It's a serious crime, boys and girls. Don't kidnap.
But Patrick only received a year in prison and a $5,000 fine. Patrick also faced charges in later years after he kidnapped an Amish woman whose husband disapproved of her joining a more liberal sect. These charges were ultimately dropped. The Cult Awareness Network was eventually shut down in 1995 after a jury ruled that Jason Scott had his civil liberties and religious freedom violated when CAN affiliate Rick Ross kidnapped him and attempted to deprogram him. CAN was ordered to pay $1 million to Scott and ultimately went bankrupt. So what did Steve Hassan do? He was affiliated with CAN for a while.
In what capacity? Unclear.
For one thing, as a former cult member, you know, like whatever other capacities he was with them. Fuck me. Okay. Accounts from various individuals describe Hassan as being directly involved in the kidnappings. There you go. There's a claim. There's a claim to make. An individual named Arthur Russell put forward a signed affidavit describing Hassan's methods. Russell said he was forcibly kidnapped by several men, imprisoned, hands and feet bound, with his hands tied behind his back so tightly they were badly swollen and the color of a bruise. Hang on a second. These quote marks don't line up. Nope. Yeah, these... Okay, so I'm just gonna read as written. Russell said he was, quote, forcibly kidnapped by several men, imprisoned, hands and feet bound, with his hands tied behind his back so tightly they, quote, were badly swollen and ... the color of a bruise, end quote. He just went into a quote twice. I don't know. It was just a bizarre bit. It's just like you know, the first person he thanks in this book is his proofreader.
It's I think he maybe just forgot an ending quotation there before the word "and."
I guess.
If I had to guess.
I guess. Anyway, deprived of sleep for 3 days, he was not allowed to shave or wash and was denied all privacy, even when using the toilet. ... Wait, that's not in a quote now. Now I don't understand. No. The only time that Caleb's used ... so far is when he's quoting someone and he's trying to skip something they said. But he's not in a quote anymore.
Well, how can you tell? It seems like he's pretty willy-nilly with these quotation marks.
Wow. Deprived of sleep for 3 days, he was not allowed to shave or what? So that's Caleb talking about the guy. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Hassan subjected him to methods the victim later described as brainwashing and mind control techniques. Hassan even threatened him with drugs if he did not recant his religious beliefs. And now there's an end quote. Wait, so that's all of... Oh my god, hang on a second. No, I'm refusing to go into it. No, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it.
Yeah,
Okay.
I hope there's an end quote there, because otherwise it's potentially libel.
Yeah. Rosell described the experience saying he felt like a captured animal in a zoo. In his more recent books, Hassan has denounced kidnapping and forced deprogrammings, but he does not directly address most of the allegations about what he is alleged to have done with the Cult Awareness Network. One would think that Hassan would be discredited due to his involvement in an organization that was widely reputed to have been involved in criminal activities. One would think that Caleb Maupin would be widely discredited for being
Equally
a fucking
true.
Nazbol who sits next to Alexander Dugin looking happy as a goddamn clam, while Alexander Dugin is like, look, City Builders, what a great book. I love Caleb Maupin.
The fucking to say that and but also like not consider the way that leftist organizing groups have been criminalized throughout American history. Like,
I mean, but also like, you know, even just supposing that CAN is an entirely evil organization who engage in evil, like what's the point?
I will grant you that. Yes.
Like a previously traumatized and brainwashed cult member who joined the Moonies when he was 19 was rescued from that and then went to work with this organization, and then the organization did some bad things, and he may or may not have been involved with the bad things directly. And it's like, if he was, you know?
Yeah, but like those are terrible things to do, and I wouldn't minimize them. But do they specifically discredit him? Does the idea that he did these things mean that he is not knowledgeable on cults?
Yeah.
You know?
And how vulnerable they make you to brutalizing yourself and others.
Yes. Yeah, you'd think. Okay, I'm gonna have to wrap up pretty soon because I gotta record Dice Funk tonight. But let's just get through a bit more of this. Okay. Hassan not only avoided prosecution, but frequently appears on mainstream US television as a cult expert. Hassan composed a book titled The Cult of Trump in 2019. Interestingly, The Cult of Trump is not in Maupin's bibliography. So, he knows it exists, but he didn't read it.
He doesn't want you to read it. He might have read it. He doesn't want you to read it.
That's valid. That's a good point. I'm just going to say, like, you know, when I was researching about, you know, I think there's a pretty comparable situation. I was researching John E. Douglas, the guy largely responsible for much of our modern approach to criminal psychology and all of his fucking bullshit about, like, serial killers, that, like, all his books always end with him advocating the death penalty because the dude ultimately is just a cop. You know, I fucking read all that dude's books. I think he's whack as hell.
Sure, yeah. There's something to be said for the fact that like a bibliography is not a list of endorsements.
Yeah.
Oh, of course, yeah. But as I say, like he's already got a different Dr. Steve book in there. There was
written by Destiny, or
True. No, written by Destiny when he does the Dragon Dance with Hassan.
Right.
I think, yes, so, yeah, I just wanted to quickly go back a little bit to the final paragraph of the ContraPoints section. ContraPoints generally puts forward the view that the US government has been infiltrated by a secret Nazi conspiracy, and that the role of leftists is to protect the establishment by rooting out this conspiracy. So he does frame fascists being in the American government as a conspiracy theory that is categorically untrue, which is relevant to this. Hassan composed a book titled The Cult of Trump in 2019, declaring the US president was much like Reverend Sun Myung Moon and had brainwashed his supporters with hypnotic mind control methods. Hassan made headlines in January 2021 after an appearance on CNN in the aftermath of the events on Capitol Hill. Hassan said, So, in studying all the thought reform brainwashing models, I developed a BITE model of authoritarian control, and it basically talks about controlling behavior, information, thoughts, and emotions. BITE, there you go. Behavior, information, thoughts, and emotions to create a new identity that's dependent and obedient. And this is a radical personality change. It's in the mental health literature. In the APA DSM-5, it's called the dissociative disorder, questioning of identity. And the bottom line is, all of America needs deprogramming because we've all been negatively influenced by Donald Trump. Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez echoed his calls for deprogramming. Now, do I think that everything Dr. Steve said there is great science? Not really. Not really.
It sounds like he wrote a pop science book and wanted to market it by overstating how important it is.
Yeah, he's saying that the radical shift in personality when someone goes from being, a mostly harmless boomer to being a QAnon crank is dissociative disorder.
That's not great.
That's not cool. That's not cool, Steve. Don't do that.
But it's definitely a cult. QAnon is a cult, for sure.
It's a completely valid analysis to call QAnon and MAGA a cult. Absolutely. Those people believe that Donald Trump is going to bring about the end times. That's a cult.
I wouldn't characterize anything Dr. Hassan has said as him implying that Donald Trump uses hypnosis on people also.
Like a Pokemon.
Yeah.
That's what his little hands are doing. That's what his little hands are doing all the time. He's trying to hypnotize you by doing all the
folks, you're getting very sleepy, folks.
Yeah.
Sleepiest.
This is the most sleepy that any of you have ever been.
They tell you that you don't bark like a chicken, but you do. You do. You just do. You're not supposed to say that, but I'll say it. Talk like a chicken.
And one of these days, all of America is going to wake up and stand right up out of their chairs and clap for me when I say, now. Hassan has been a mentor to Caleb Kane. So Faraday Speaks, aka Caleb Kane, got a section just before this. And according to an unnamed source, appears to be advising other members of the Breadtube community in their efforts to de-radicalize Americans on the far right. Just fascinating, isn't it, really?
I think it's charitable to assume that the people claiming they're de-radicalizing the far right have consulted with anyone who even claims to be an expert.
Yeah. I mean, I'll say it. I'll say it now. Caleb, again, if you see this, I've reached out to Dr. Steve Hassan for comment because I believe that much of what you've written in this book could constitute libel, and I want to know whether he's read it. So, I'm consulting with Dr. Steve Hassan, if I can, if he replies to my email. But yeah, it is a charitable read, actually, to suggest that, I don't know who. He doesn't even fucking say who. He doesn't say who. He just says other members of the community, which is just come on, Hassan describes Donald Trump as the leader of a cult and also refers to the internet conspiracy theory QAnon as a cult, despite the fact that they do not fit his own criteria for what a cult is. Hassan's BITE model of authoritarian control simply does not hold up. That's a self-contained sentence. Just simply does not hold up. This is great writing. I love it. The behavior of QAnon adherents and Trump supporters is not restricted, and they are not told what information they can consume online or in the media. Trump supporters do not change their names or undergo hypnosis. Oh, now he's going the other way. The emotions of Trump supporters and QAnon are not subject to regulation. As bad as he is, Donald Trump is merely a demagogic politician with many fanatical supporters. As inaccurate and delusional as it is, QAnon is an internet conspiracy theory with all kinds of different interpretations among adherents. The political movement behind Donald Trump, or the internet conspiracy theories known as QAnon, have very little in common with the Unification Church. However, while media overlooks his own shady past. Steve Hassan has been given a platform to declare Trump and QAnon to be a cult, and suggested that mass deprogramming might need to take place. I just wanted to get to the end of that paragraph. Sorry for interrupting you both.
Me? I didn't say nothing.
Oh, I thought you both were about to say stuff. Nat, then?
I just thought it was interesting that he was like, there's no hypnosis. I'm like, does he think cults only operate by hypnosis?
Well, so at the very least, he thinks that that Hassan thinks that.
That seems like.
I think probably he thinks that the word brainwashing means to hypnotize someone.
Right, which is weird because there is also an additional thing going on here, which is that brainwashing as a word really entered the English vocabulary as an anti-communist term, like the belief that like people must be being brainwashed in order to act this way kind of appeared in popular vocabulary because of the idea that like, you know, you're in a union, you must be being brainwashed. You're a commie now, you must be being brainwashed. And the whole nations are brainwashing their population.
What is the relevance of any of this, by the way, to his larger point? Simply that this fucked up guy might have advised some breadtubers. Is that the idea?
Well, I think if we want to put the accusation exactly as Caleb puts it, he says that he is not part of the Breadtube universe, but certainly lurks in the background.
Well, we got a universe?
Yeah. We got our own metaverse. You can actually hang out with us all in VR.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna wrap up reading the book for now. I actually didn't make it as far through as I was hoping to, but can we watch a clip for a minute? I'll see if I can find it quickly. There was just one specific thing that I found absolutely fascinating that Caleb said in a discussion with Peter Coffin. I'm sorry, everyone. I really try to avoid bringing them up and whatever, but yeah, it's gotta be done.
Not me. I love bringing them up.
I know you do, bud, and I love that about you. It's great for my mental health and self-esteem. I'm
also has a new book out, by the way.
Oh yeah, I saw. Yeah, that's great. Everyone be hype. Okay. I'm gonna go over here and I'll stream it to you at the same time, Mildred, so you can see in real time what's up. Okay. Oh, I should turn down the copyright-free Twitch-safe music. There we go. All right.
Joining us for Pact, I'm the Peter Coffin. The lovely Miss Astronaut Cowboy Doctor is right here. Master of Science. That's the ACD. Astronaut Cowboy Doctor. Get it? Pact? Yeah. Don't miss an episode. Subscribe on YouTube, Spotify, or your favorite podcast. Also, examining the new brand of internet pseudo-socialism. Fantastic new book available on Amazon.
I think so. The reason I say just a minute of this, I'm not showing everyone the full hour, the full hour and 4 minutes long stream. But I think it's like the first thing that Caleb says about the book. But it might not be. So yeah, I'll just go.
.com. How are you?
I'm great. It's a lovely afternoon. I'm here in my Brooklyn apartment, New York City. Lovely weather outside. How are things out there?
Things are doing good. We've got like a party going on outside the house right now. There's this weird, loud party going on.
Yeah, so I live by the university where I'm getting my doctorate, and there's like this like, almost like frat.
Okay.
Like,
good. Caleb, you are a communist. In this book, there is a section on your political development. And for everybody who doesn't have that book currently, could you give us a quick outline of where you're coming from and what led you to this point?
Oh, sure. Well, I'm from a small town in Ohio. I did, a little bit of, I guess you could say, when I was in fourth grade.
It's annoying it doesn't have chapters or anything. I mean, I know the quote I'm talking about, but I do want to see the stuff around it. The particular clip I'm looking for in this, which I find utterly fascinating, and again, think about spend way too much of my life thinking about is that Caleb says if Lenin were alive today, he would write a book about Breadtube. If Mao were alive today, he would write a book about Breadtube.
What is it that I think that the quote from Lenin about was the guy's name Kotsky?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. That's what he would say about Breadtube. Which I've seen that quote used specifically against Vorsh. So it's literally like for those who don't know, Lenin once said about Kotsky, why should I bother responding to Kotsky? He would respond to my response, and then I would have to respond to his response. There would be no end to it. It would be simpler to announce that Kotsky is an enemy of the working class, and everyone will understand everything. Which is a great quote. And yeah, that's what Lenin would say about Breadtube. He would just be like, fuck him, and move on.
Yeah.
Because he's not, because like anyone else who actually played a role in like serious communist organizing, as opposed to just like writing big print, self-published, print-on-demand books through Amazon. The dude was actually taking himself seriously and not just wearing a big suit.
It's interesting that the thing he feels the need to defend himself first and foremost on is, no, this is not a waste of time.
I mean, breadtubers who live in glass houses, I'm gonna have to do a whole bit about proving that all of this conspiracy left research and writing is also not a waste of time. I've managed to convince Nat, but you heard how eager she was to say yep, because it is very apparent that it looks like a big waste of time.
I think it's really like, just when you're talking about other people in general, right?
I know. Yeah.
I'm picturing like a Virgin Sophie Chad ThoughtSlime meme where someone's like, "Hey Sophie, your video is a waste of time," and then it's like a big long screed about why it's actually important, and then someone's like, "Hey Mildred, your video is a waste of time," and I'm like, "Yes."
Always kind of pro-war right-wing stuff, and so in that atmosphere, I became a communist. And when I got to college, I was around a couple different communist groups, and I ended up being in the Workers' World Party for a while, and I got to work with Leslie Feinberg. Leslie Feinberg is considered to be. I didn't get to.
Yeah, okay, Caleb, I get it. You're not really a transphobe. You met Leslie Feinberg.
Our web forums, web conferences. We published a few books.
Thank you very much for that.
And how get called enough of your political development in the book.
Oh wait, was that?
But when we've read, but get called a Nazbol, a Nazi, a fascist all the time. But when we've read your summary of your political development in the book, we were just like blown away. I mean, like we knew that you did like all this stuff that was important to communism and like a lot of.
It always strikes me how much Peter is really, really struck by and like impressed by Caleb Maupin doing Center for Political Innovation, just doing like a weird little think tank thing. Like Caleb never really goes into any detail of how he's like doing like engaging like building a mutual aid network where like people help to like feed each other. Like it's not shit like that, but like Peter's always really, really, really impressed. I'm like, holy shit, you're doing all this activism, which I guess is the exactly intended response from Rubes that Caleb is trying to bring in, which is why he has the video, the channel intro where he's like, which is just a curriculum vitae of every single fucking thing he's ever done.
Well, anyone who's ever looking for an easy mark, Peter Coffin is like, you couldn't do much better. Just simply tie whatever it is you want to scam them into to like hating someone they have a beef with, and you're golden. You can get away with anything.
Compared to a lot of the communist personalities that we see now, just a lot of active, like tangible material work. And we were just like, wow, why doesn't he ever talk about this?
Why doesn't he ever talk about it? He talks about it non-stop.
Like, why don't you talk about this?
To start off with this book.
Yeah, so we just wanted to give you an opportunity to just describe to us what your goals were.
Okay, so I think this is
in writing this book, and sort of what was the point that led you to write a book focused on this.
Well, the first thing I want to say is a lot of people have said, why would you write a book about Breadtube? What possible relevance could that have? I mean, these are about video game playing chuds on the internet who call each other Nazis and whatever. Like, why would you write this book? Well, the thing is, we have to take Breadtube seriously because more people listen to them than listen to any communist group, any socialist group, any Marxist academic. Hundreds of
it's algorithmic hijacking. You're trying to get noticed, so you're talking about something more popular than you.
So don't criticize the far right because they outnumber you and they're more powerful than you and they're violent. But absolutely you should criticize Breadtube, who are likewise street thug, violent monster men. Like...
Well, that's why I do the
There's a
series.
pattern emerging here.
It's about Breadtube. The next episode will be about Breadtube, actually.
That's your April Fool's Day episode. But but like, there's a pattern emerging here that it seems like every reason he gives that you shouldn't criticize the far right doesn't apply when he wants to attack someone else. It's weird. It's still weird, isn't it?
Almost like he has one side that he just implicitly favors more. Because whatever he convinces himself that he believes in, he fundamentally just agrees with. He just agrees with one side more.
Thousands, literally millions of people listen to these Breadtube commentators and are learning their politics from them. And we're in a time.
I just want to say, like, I don't doubt that the cumulative Breadtube audience could be in the millions, but I just want to say that it's a classic misconception from people who aren't content creators that views and people are the same thing, and that no one ever, like, you know, goes back and rewatches the same video 5 times or the opposite, and like clicks on a video, watches for long enough for it to count as a view, and then gets disinterested and leaves. Like,
we have no idea what a view actually represents from YouTube's perspective. They keep it secret because they don't want someone to game the algorithm.
Yes, absolutely. And so we don't know. We like, he's saying that it's millions of people take these people seriously, but it's like, we don't know. Probably the audience.
Fundamentally, no one takes me seriously. That is not something you need to worry. Caleb, if that's the only reason you wrote this book, rest assured, never has it been done.
I've been trying to tell Mildred to take themselves seriously, and they just keep sending poop to my house.
It's like asking me to lift the earth. I cannot. It's fundamentally impossible to do.
So Caleb, rest assured, you know, I'm trying, but they won't do it.
Our interest in socialism and communism is rising among the U.S. public, and they're being misinformed.
Which you think would be a good thing, just like. Even just broadly, like just broadly, like if people are just interested in a brand called communism. Just a hypothetical world for a second. Literally, if there was just a brand that called itself communism, and it became super popular, the fact that loads of people would be talking about communism, you wouldn't be like, shit, and they're all just thinking of this clothing brand. On some level, you'd be like, oh, cool, a bunch of people are. It's just about your outlook, you know?
It's your opportunity to turn the chair backwards and go, hey, kids, I heard you like communism.
Exactly.
Well, let me tell you about the coolest communism of all time.
Which is what he's done in his by-lighting covered book, you know?
At the very least, it makes it safer to act as a communist. Because there's loads of people around you calling themselves communists.
Exactly. It does actually just provide a good nurturing space to be a communist, actually.
This is a tactic that a lot of like self-serious scolds use, where that the liberal institution can recuperate what we do, but we absolutely can never get it back. You know?
Yeah, totally.
Boots Riley disagrees, right? Like,
100%. It's also like you know, Peter for years and years and years, including when they were like doing Breadtube stuff, and weirdly they don't mention this anymore, really, actively trying to organize to make Breadtube into a more serious, cohesive thing, because they really cared about making Breadtube really big. And I'm not saying that to criticize them. I'm saying that because I know it will embarrass them. because they the most they ever say is, I was a part of that space sometimes.
Right.
Like,
I will say that they have not stopped being a part of that space in any meaningful capacity. There's no difference between what they do now and what they did before, aside from the fact that like he complains about us more.
Yes,
that's really
right.
the only difference.
Right, and he blocked everyone, but still continues to look at their tweets and their content. But they would always say that advertisers won't advertise on their content, and it's something that just actually like legitimately like was part of me like worrying about being able to either have AdSense on my stuff at all, or talk more directly about politics. And so I, it was a factor that played a part in me like just talking media analysis with my politics unsubtly snuck in, and also I had AdSense switched off for like years and years, because Peter would repeat this like multiple times per video, and it's just not true. It's categorically not true. I'm taking a sponsor, like not just AdSense, but I'm taking a sponsorship on the video I'm making about these clowns. They don't care. It's about your views. It's just literally about about how many views you get. That's what they want to see. Is they want their ad to reach lots of people. That's it.
I routinely get offers from NFT companies to I've made so many videos where I'm like, NFTs are fucking bullshit, and anyone who buys them is a sucker. And they're like, yeah, can you like maybe plug ours? Like, because it doesn't matter. It does not matter, because they don't watch your videos to find out what the content is. They just see the like, yeah.
I mean, speaking of sponsors, like with sponsors, like they generally they ask you only to send the sponsored segment. Like they don't care about the video itself. They don't care at all.
No, they couldn't care less.
And when they're checking the video as well, they at most are gonna like scrub through to find the bit where the sponsored segment is, make sure that it's the same to the one that they sent you, and make sure that you don't say something like right preceding it that's like, don't buy this. But literally, if like
the quartering is getting Dollar Shave Club sponsorships, like you think they're looking at that and going like, that's good for our brand,
right?
You think they're like,
like if at the start of your video it said sponsored by NordVPN, and then 5 minutes in you said NordVPN, everyone who works at NordVPN loves to just shovel fucking feces directly into their mouths and then chew and then swallow, and then 10 minutes in you had a sponsored segment for NordVPN, you're getting that money and it's fine, and Nord will never notice and they will never know unless someone like goes and tells them. Like it's sponsors do not care. They don't care in the fucking slightest, and they don't care to check because they're ultimately trying to make money, and time costs money, including the time of the person who goes and checks your video to make sure it's legit. And that person is not paid to watch your whole video. They're paid to watch just the little bit.
I think what probably happened here is that because Peter doesn't get enough views, no one reached out to them for sponsorship. Yes. And they interpreted that to mean, it's actually because I'm such a radical that when I say that commercials are bad, and I make a video saying that like attention is currency in the marketplace of ideas 10 times, they hear that and they're like, oh no, we can't let this destructive message get out, or else people will stop buying Skillshare.
Oh my god! I mean, fucking! I listened to Guy Debord on Audible. You could work that shit in directly if you got an Audible sponsorship, Peter.
Yeah.
If Audible were willing to sponsor you, you could just go, and that's all in Guy Debord. And if you want to read Guy Debord, but you don't want to read the book because reading books is hard, why not try Audible?
Like, yeah, they'll never sponsor my videos, but anyway, buy my book that I'm self-publishing on Amazon.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Here we go.
Formed. And if Lenin were alive today and he saw this happening, he would have written a book about Breadtube. You can bet if Mao was around today, he would have written a book about Breadtube. Again, I think it's
I know. So anyone in chat, absolutely anyone who's only watching Caleb when that happened, I have to play the clip back now because I need you to watch the other two because
I was watching them.
No, I know. I figured you would, bud. Anyone in chat, because there's a lot of them right now. If you were just watching Caleb, please watch the other two.
Lenin were alive today and he saw this happening, he would have written a book about Breadtube. You can bet if Mao was around today, he would have written a book about Breadtube. Again, I think it's far more important to write a book about Breadtube than it is to write a book about the Spartacist League or the Bobavakian Revolutionary Communist Party.
Oh my God, it's just like...
now, how did I come to write the book?
What he is saying here is that he views this writing a book complaining about people who are mean to him on Twitter is the equivalent of the October Revolution.
Yes,
like,
yes, absolutely, yes. It is indistinguishable from the actions of Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov. He alone is striding around the globe, untouched by borders or barricades, and defeating global capitalism, bringing down imperialism with this.
When the work of history is done and we settle back on the heroes of communism, Caleb's name will be the first among them.
He will wear, of course, there will be no kings, but he nonetheless will wear a crown, a golden and yet paper crown.
We'll call him the Roosevelt of communism.
The Roosevelt of communism. Yeah. Oh, note to everyone, we're about to wrap up, but if you're enjoying the stream, consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly with Command Tip. Also, there's a Command Donate for my friend's emergency medical dental care. All right, just a little bit more of this.
Into this universe, I was sucked into the Breadtube orbit. I didn't even know what I was really
sucked
doing.
Into the Breadtube orbit.
Destiny. Next thing you know, I debated Vosh, and all of a sudden, I know all about this Breadtube.
Like, this is the thing. Like, I only pointed out to, and I'll say this again, that I don't say this with any intention to hide my own relationships or history here. Like, Peter and I were friends. We were what I would call friends, despite only knowing each other online.
Same.
They were very supportive of my early work. They were very supportive to a lot of small creators, and then through a series of bad takes that they had, increasingly bad takes that they kept on doubling down on, and other behavior like that, people were annoyed at them, and then it led to a moment at which they mass blocked everyone, and kind of stormed off in a huff. And also tied in there was a time when they were financially supporting a TERF who was stalking me, and may still be, and actually harassed a friend of mine off the internet altogether, which is really horrid. Anyway, I digress. Peter knows Destiny isn't what people would call Breadtube. Like, how are you just watching this guy saying this shit, and saying, like, I was introduced to Breadtube through this, and it's like, you may well have been introduced to the sphere of online politics and, like, Twitch debate and shit like this through Destiny.
We discussed at length earlier whether Caleb Maupin truly believed the things that he said,
right.
And I think we both largely agree that he probably does, but
yeah, he probably convinces himself of the stuff. Yeah, Peter
Coffin is grift incarnate. They do not believe anything that they say, and it's entirely like this self-serving rhetoric that is only designed to, like, get back at people that they feel have wronged them. Like, it's this like there's no consistency. It's all just whatever it is that hurts the people I view as my enemies. That is the thing that I've
literally. Well, I don't know. Yes and no. I think they also convince themselves of lots of stuff. I think they also, like, just convince themselves of this thing and that thing that they're currently saying. I do think they have absolutely no core or center whatsoever. I remember, like, absolutely fuming and yelling with rage when I saw them, like, shortly after Michael Brooks died, making some really snide comment about, like, how the show wasn't as good because Sam Cedar's a liberal. And it's like, Sam Cedar is a liberal, but making a snide comment that weaponizes the death of someone that, like, so many people admire, and in particular, like, weaponizes the death of, like, the comment was like, Sam needed Michael's presence to do, like, to keep him whatever, and it's just like, you're talking about someone whose friend just died. Like, you're dunking on someone using their friend having just died to, like, get in a jab, like, politically, and, like, dunk on someone. And then, like, there's all this complaining that you're doing about, like, how Breadtube is nothing but chud dunking and making fun of bad takes. And, like, you're doing shit like this. It's just, like, it's absolutely despicable.
After everything they said about, like, you know, basically talking about, like, so much inappropriate behavior online towards creators, right? And then they sign off on that book that's spilling, like, divulging personal details about Mildred's life, like
yeah.
Well, to claim that like your whole thing is against like I'll go so far as like to defend people who do horrible things because I'm so against the idea of online dogpiling, but I will like promote a book where we're like doxing people.
Yeah.
You know, it's.
Do you remember when my skirt blew up in the wind at the first trans rights protest?
Yep.
And Andy Ngo shared video and images of it to 1 million fascists. And Peter said, this isn't different to what how Breadtube have harassed Caleb Maupin. Like
that is why I think it is I truly believe, and I don't say this about many people, I truly believe it is pure grift. Yeah. 100%. It's grift all the way down.
Yeah.
I don't believe that there's anything there. But
no,
grift.
I think there's the discussion about where someone is consciously lying and where someone believes shit, and then there's conversation about like whether their beliefs could easily shift around any given thing. And I think that Caleb may well always think of himself as a communist no matter what happens. Like I don't think he could be cancelled out of calling himself a communist. I think if someone very like jovially and gregariously explained to him that fascism is cool, maybe he would stop calling himself a communist then. But I don't think that he could just like the grift could drive him to just abandoning like kind of what he espouses in a core sense.
No, like, I agree. Yeah.
But Peter just does that. That's just Peter's daily life. I don't know. I'll say again, like, for anyone who is concerned about any level of bias or past relationship, yeah, I was friends with Peter. That's how despicable the behavior is to like share when Andy Ngo did that and say that it's just the same as us cyberbullying Caleb Maupin. Like, there was a guy at that protest who took those pictures and videos to send to Andy Ngo. That guy was ejected during my speech. He was ejected from the protest because he was overheard being on the phone to other fascists saying, "Come down here, I want to start some shit." He was bringing in violent backup to attack trans people as we were campaigning for our human rights. And then Peter was like, this isn't meaningfully different from what Breadtube does.
I would also say that like to characterize the way that we talk about Caleb Maupin as bullying, I think is the biggest load of horseshit because we criticize him.
Yes.
We criticize Caleb, and like I'm with
you. I was being a little coy because of what.
Yeah, I know, but the inciting incident for my relationship with Caleb and basically his entire prolonged mental breakdown that has led to his feud with Breadtube is that like I mentioned him offhandedly when talking about a clip of his that went viral.
You were talking about Jyoti Breyer, exactly.
Yeah.
You weren't talking about him.
And the only reason that I started talking about him was because his response to me was so vitriolic and attempted to portray me in such a negative light and I thought it was funny. Like,
yes.
You know? Like,
yeah. Goblin Breakfast in chat says it is grooming the audience to see any criticism of Fash as bullying. Yeah, it's the same self-selection bias as before, where you're just giving them a completely preposterous statement, where you're just like, anti-fascists are the real fascists. This trans woman getting upskirted, fucking sexually harassed on stage is the same as saying Burger King. It's the same. Like, yes, that is grooming your audience because you're deliberately pushing out anyone who goes, that's not the same.
Or it's the same as factually stating that Caleb Maupin went to the Nazi, like...
Right, yeah. This harassment is the same as pointing out that he does hang out with Alexander Dugin and fucking loves fascists.
Yeah.
For the record, like
it-
I'm spoiling so much of my video today, but for the record, this fucking book right here, Andrew Anglin, one of the head mods and writer of the style guide for Stormfront, the biggest fucking neo-Nazi online forum, loves this book and has ranted at length about how great this book is because it convinces people of the sinister globalist conspiracy of Breadtube. Andrew fucking Anglin. I'm sorry, it's insane. This whole thing is just like, good lord. I'm sorry. Like I say, I'm spoiling much of my own video here.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll watch like a couple more minutes of this.
And I'm hearing all these people speaking with authority about Marxism and socialism, but not being really familiar.
That again is an interesting one because if you were to openly and honestly criticize Breadtube, a really good criticism you could make is that not enough of Breadtube actually are talking about Marxism and socialism. Just very literally, like the biggest figures who are most famous and established the Breadtube, like don't actually, like
And
don't
also,
actually do that.
if that were indeed your criticism, one would think you would go after the people that are self-avowed Marxists and routinely talk about Marxism instead of just like whoever it is that conspicuously had beef with, like. Isn't it weird that all of the worst Breadtubers are all the ones in particular that made fun of Caleb? Like,
yeah, it's very strange. They're the most dangerous ones that people really need to be aware of. I do just find it hilarious when anybody, myself and yourself included, who has a public profile and is well known as an anarchist, has people in their mentions going, "You're no Marxist," and it's like, yep. Yeah, that's correct.
Well, a lot of a part of that is because a lot of Marxists view the term Marxist and socialist or communist as interchangeable.
Right, exactly, because they believe that Marx's writings against capitalism and for communism are well, not to say that every Marxist believes that they're perfect, but they are the core of their thing. That's why they are a Marxist. And having significant enough critiques of Marx that you don't consider Marx your, central text is inconceivable. That just makes you a rad lib. I don't know.
With the basic concepts, number one, and number two, being vehemently opposed to any anti-imperialist country, any socialist country around the world. And so that was very disturbing to me. And then the icing on the cake was...
What is an anti-imperialist country?
I would assume he means like China, Cuba, like any nominally Marxist-Leninist country. Yeah, I know. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
That a source that I cannot disclose informed me of an individual who was in the background, kind of advising different people in the Breadtube universe.
It's
like
convenient that he can't disclose this source.
And that
well, I suppose it's inconvenient for him because he'd love to disclose the source so that he could cite his sources, which he famously loves to do.
Do you think maybe it's Peter Coffin? Can we speculate about that? Do you think maybe it's Peter Coffin?
Obviously Peter Coffin. I'm pretty sure Peter Coffin had some kind of like personal like.
This fucking face right now. Look at this smug little.
Well, let's watch when he says about the source he can't disclose. Maybe there'll be a subtle tell.
Kind of advising different people in the Breadtube universe, like ContraPoints and other background that I cannot disclose. And so that was very disturbing to me. And then the icing on the cake was that a source that I cannot disclose informed me of an individual who was in the background, kind of advising different people in the Breadtube universe, like ContraPoints and others. And that individual is named Steve Hassan.
Could be. It's hard to tell the difference from, like, I've read the book and I know what you're going to say.
After January 6th, he got on CNN and called
I'm the unnamed source.
But the thing is, the source I cannot disclose told me it was Peter Coffin. So.
Oh, shit. Damn. Yeah. Did that source have... I'm sorry, I'm just... I'm okay. I know I've been derailing the stream a lot, but I'm genuinely really curious if that same source also knows about the carpet situation in Caleb's apartment.
They said there was a lot of pooping. Oh. They didn't specify whether it was on the carpet.
Okay. Oh, because my source told me that every square inch of Caleb's apartment is carpeted,
Okay, that's
including the
Yeah,
bathroom.
we can compare notes after the stream.
No, you're right. Yeah. Okay.
That's obviously hyperbole. Like, he's, that's an exaggeration of the fact
Oh.
that he fully poops in the bath.
Oh.
He has, people have standards.
Okay.
If Lenin were alive today, he would be pooping in the bath.
True.
And his intelligence connections are very well documented.
There is actually a documented story of Lenin ranting in his underwear to like a comrade who he was hanging out with, and he was just like up late at night in just his pants ranting at the guy. Yeah, I was gonna. This is just me and Nat every day. But
I gotta get going soon.
Okay, sure. Sorry about that. I'll just like right now soon, or like
as soon as possible.
Okay, sorry. I'll just finish this little bit I was trying to watch then, with
friend,
no interruption.
And his personal mentor is the top military psychiatrist Robert J. Lifton. If you talk about the fact that there's many things, and we can get into that later. That made me feel like there was a book here. So, chapter 1, who and what is Breadtube, the nature of a counter gang.
Okay, and from there he goes on to just explain the structure of the book. It's funny that he feels like there's a book here, because I having read it, I still don't feel like there's a book here. But yeah, let's wrap up. Mildred, thank you for joining us. It's been a pleasure as always.
Anytime. My favorite activity in the world.
Yeah, I probably won't read the rest of this on stream because good lord.
It'll spoil the rest of your video.
But yeah, it's been great to have you.
Always a pleasure.
Where can people find your stuff? I know you hate this question.
YouTube.com/ThoughtSlime.
Fantastic. All right. See you, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. It's been actually I'll all right. See you, Mildred.
See ya.
Okay. See you, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. It's been good to have you. I'm gonna head off and record some Dice Funk now. I'm Sophie from Mars on all the stuff. Patreon is the best one to go to support me, to help me pay my rent and bills, buy cute little dresses like this one, and pizza and drugs. And let's go raid into the best boy, DJ Mule. Let's go raid DJ Mule, because he's such a good boy. Actually, you guys will really like DJ Mule, so click through on the raid. I do a show every Sunday, 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. PST, called Red Planet. And DJ Mule is one of the other hosts of that. And basically what we discuss is how to help people to survive in the rotting carcass of capitalism and to take care of one another and protect one another. And so it's very, very, very cool. And so I think you should... Oh, sorry. The place where I get money the most directly is Patreon, or tipping me through my PayPal. My links are in my Twitter bio as well. But as I was saying, check out Red Planet every 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. PST. Go ask Mule about it, actually, right now. Let's raid him. Let's do it. And be nice to Mule for me, because he's a lovely boy.